Hey everyone, welcome back to day two of Contact and Consciousness. Wasn't day one absolutely fantastic, Andy? It was friggin' phenomenal, wasn't it?
It was amazing. My mind is still blown. My vibe is still high.
Yeah, I love it. What were your highlights for the day?
My highlights for the day, I think it was the CE5 meditation by Peter Slattery and the beginning with Shelley Reef and also the segment by Ross Coulthard. It was just a combination of a beautiful blend of spirituality and hard science. It was amazing. What about you?
Yeah, well, I mean, Ross's interview was just like nugget after nugget, so it's a bit hard to top that. But yeah, also, Pete said something really interesting after we did the little transmission piece, and he said that like it's not just about the physical contact, it's also about what can happen later on, maybe in the dream state or something like that. And I did go home after doing that initiating contact piece, and last night was getting all these beautiful visions of our star family, and so I'm still like
Oh,
really in that, and.
yes.
And of course, for us here in Australia, it is first thing in the morning. So I'm just waking up, remembering those beautiful star family connections I've had. And so we're going into day two now with all that beautiful energy. And of
Mm.
course, we have a fantastic day two lined up. We've got Alan jumping on shortly to host a panel. We've got Phil Gruber, Neil Gore, Rhaenyra Hernandez, and Yossi Ronen. So we're going to get a really fantastic cross section between the academic side, which is what Ray's going to bring in, and then
Mm.
also we've got people like Yossi who come in with a level of personal experience. Of course, Neil is amazing. We've had him on before, various things as well. And so yeah, really looking forward to expanding this conversation today about the link between consciousness and contact, which, as we know now, is probably the area that we really should be looking at more than everything else, don't you think?
Ah, absolutely. And what I really love about all the people that have come through for this summit is like, the thing that connects them, it isn't as like a single worldview. It's a shared willingness and an openness to explore these complex issues, to question current assumptions of reality and to really expand, what's possible in our understanding of consciousness and contact and the very frame of reality itself.
Yeah, I love it. It's so amazing. And yeah, I think, following on from yesterday as well, one thing that really landed in a couple of different speakers was this idea that, well, two things, and we say this quite a lot, is one, you don't need to wait for the government to do it. Like contact is literally us going outside, like what we did with Peter. We go outside in our backyard, we have contact, we have the experience, and that is contact. And also, I think Vivian and a couple others touched on this yesterday as well, is don't get lost in the shiny object syndrome. It's not just about the
Mm.
craft, it's actually about the connection and the experiences. And these are some of the pieces that typically won't get aired in some of the more mainstream. They'll show you the craft, they'll show you the picture, but they won't necessarily tell you the telepathic story or the experience of a sensation or a feeling or something that arises in relation to that. And really, this is the frontiers of the topic, right? It's looking at the role of consciousness within contact, which is a very exciting thing to explore.
100%. I couldn't have phrased that any better than the way you've just put it.
Thanks, Andy. So today we are actually going to kickstart with Andrea, who's going to lead the four foundation practices meditation. And just before I handball the mic over to her, this practice has been such a pivotal part of my own life, and of course Andy's as well, who's now learnt the practice too. And when I first discovered that there were practical methods that you can use that can help you elevate your heart energy and to initiate contact, it was a little bit of a mind-blowing moment for me. And the thing that really shifted the paradigm was I used to think that, contact was for some special chosen people, or if you had to be born psychic, or you had to have some special abilities. And then I realized that actually, if you have the right tools and you just have daily practice, anyone can make contact. And these latent abilities that all humans have are accessible, they're available. Sometimes we just need to unlock them. And the full foundation practices that Andy's going to lead you through today, it's a really important starting point because what we do in these practices is we open our heart. And when we open our heart, that really is the key to contact. Now, I don't want to sound too new agey or woo woo, whatever. We are trying to stay quite grounded in the summit as well. But, there's a lot of research, like, for example, the Heart Math Institute that talks about the importance of creating coherence in the field. And they are now measuring what happens in the vibrational field when you open your heart. And so, in the four foundation practices, you're going to open your heart, you're going to connect with the heart of Gaia, you're going to connect to source energy, and this is your opportunity to lift your vibration at a practical level. And then that sets you up to go out and have these contact experiences if that's something that you're open to. All right, over to you, Andi.
Thank you, Eesha, for that beautiful introduction and also for going through basically the main objectives and how the Four Foundations practice works. Okay, so let us really gently just close our eyes and just allow ourselves to settle into this space. And as you just take deep breaths in through the nose, deep into your belly, just exhale out all the cares and worries of the day, the weekend, of the week. And just allow yourselves to just settle into the present moment. And as you breathe, know that and recognize that you don't have to do anything or be anywhere other than right here in this present moment. In your next in breath, just bring your attention to your heart center. This is the space where your heart chakra is. And just notice there's a beautiful, soft light. And take note of what it looks like. Does it look like a ball or a flame or a star? But as you breathe, just let this light grow bigger and bigger across your body, enveloping every cell, purifying and cleansing each and every one of your trillions of cells. And allow yourself to feel a little bit lighter as each cell grows white, just starts to buzz and vibrate just that little bit more. And when you're ready, you can blow this heart light out far beyond your auric field, far beyond what your eyes can see, expanding in every direction. And to hold this field steady, you can visualize the cross within your body intersecting at the heart. In your next in-breath, you can visualize a golden stream flowing from source, going down your crown chakra, pulling at the heart. And as your heart chakra grows warm with this golden stream, as it fills up, just watch this golden stream overflow back up your chakras, past the soul star, up and all around your field until it hits the earth, goes past the earth star, up your feet, your legs, your lower chakras, meeting back again at the heart. creating this beautiful golden torus field in the shape of a golden apple. In this moment, you're aligning yourself with the frequency of Earth. In your next in-breath, visualize two golden crosses, one in front of you, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, and another behind you, from the top of your head to the tips of your heels. And let's just say this affirmation for the day. That in this day and night and in every moment, I will vibrate the highest frequency of unconditional love. And any frequency that is not of unconditional love that comes towards me will be transmuted into Creator's love, light, and grace. And so it is. And keep breathing, allowing your body to sink a little bit more. Now, your next in breath, visualize a beautiful ball of light in your heart center. This ball of light is filled with all the love in your body, all the love in the world. And send this ball of light down your legs, past your feet, deep into the earth. And send it even lower to Gaia, to the consciousness of Earth. And soon you will see this ball of light arrive at Gaia's 5D crystalline heart. And just allow Gaia to gather all of her earth energy, all of her love back into this ball of light. And send this ball back to you, up the earth, your legs, landing at the heart. Let's just take a moment to let this love permeate through our entire being, acknowledging that the consciousness of Earth is just mirrored in us, that the love of Gaia is also the love within us, the love that is accessible should we want to take that journey. Now send this ball of light up your chakras, watch it leave your body and send it directly to Source. And allow Source to return that love to you with trust. And feel yourself be that conduit, receiving from Source and Gaia, rooted to Earth, rooted to Source. For you are the conduit. In your next in-breath, bring your attention to your sacral chakra and visualize a beautiful water lily unfolding, gently spinning, safe and grounding. And then your heart chakra. Just see a beautiful white rose blossoming before your very eyes. Soft, feminine, whole. And in your third eye, visualize a beautiful white diamond gently shimmering with beautiful clarity. Now just hold these three whites steady in a straight line. And when it's stable, you can expand these three whites into a unified sphere of consciousness, expanding in every direction, growing bigger with every breath. And in this moment, set the intention to open all of your chakras fully so that they can inhale this pure, healing white light. And when that is complete, just imagine right in front of you, 2 steps away, it's a beautiful pillar of white light with energy streaming between source and earth. I'll just walk towards that light and walk into that pillar. Now visualize a hole opening around your crown chakra. And this pure white source energy streaming down into your being. And in this moment, let's say this focus intention for the day. On this day and night, and in every moment, due to personal and planetary ascension, I am a pure, steady, free-flowing anchor and conduit and vessel, streaming love light from the heart or source through my heart star down to the heart of beloved Gaia, in union with the highest beings of love and light, immersed in the oneness of divine love. And so it is. And as you anchor this powerful source energy into who you are, into your whole being, you can slowly, slowly bring our awareness back to the present moment. Take notice of your breath, of the rise and fall of your chest, of the sensations in your skin. You can slowly wriggle your hands and toes. And when you're ready, and only when you're ready, you can open your eyes and come back to this moment. Mm.
That was so beautiful. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Eesha.
What a beautiful way to kickstart. I feel like the whole energy is just shifted now. Everybody's in this beautiful, peaceful kind of vibration, which is just fantastic.
Yes, that was the intention. Are we ready for me to bring on the next guest, Eesha?
We're still waiting for Alan to jump in. So in about 10 minutes, we've got Alan jumping in to do the panel.
Mhm.
But while we wait for our guest to finish arriving, the meditation that you've just shared then is something that we share as part of a lot of our teachings, right? When we're doing our
Yes.
work, and we have an event coming up in a couple of weeks called the 5 Days to 5D, which Andy and I are hosting.
Hmm.
And one of the things that we gift you when you join is you get digital access to that meditation. There's a version of that which I recorded a while ago, and you get access to that. And there's also a starseed activation. So you get to do a full length 45-minute starseed activation where you get to experience your star family. And then, of course, that's not even including the 5 days, right, Andy? I'm just telling them about the bonuses.
This is just the very basic of what you will get.
Exactly.
There's
And so
so
while
much
we've got
more.
a few minutes, I just want to show our beautiful humans what this actually is. I'll just get it up on my screen here. Why we do this every month. So this event we run regularly. It's called 5 Days to 5D. And why we do this event regularly is because we see the benefits of this in our community all the time, right? I mean, we have so many testimonials from people who've come in, they've done the program, and they've been able to experience their awakening. And so I just want to show you while we're waiting for our speakers to show up. This is just some of what people have said from the event. I mean, even just doing the 4 foundations during the 5 days as the challenge has been such a pivotal part of the event. But people are literally saying things like it's truly life-changing. They highly recommend it. And so, what's included in the event? There's actually 5 days of content that we cover. Day one, we actually go through the pathway to true 5D frequency. So, it's what is 5D frequency? How can you access it? And also, one of the things that we go through in this is the difference between true 5D and not 5D. And when we talk about not 5D, I'm talking about like there's a lot of and you can probably relate to this, Andy. There's a lot of really polarizing messaging out there, right? People are saying things like Earth is going to split into two, and I say, well, it's not because I mean, the very definition of 5D is it's not going to split, right?
It's about unity, it's about integration as opposed to more division and separation.
Exactly. And so, yeah, so I mean, that's one of the key concepts we cover. And then things like, just how to identify where your vibration is at. And yeah, one of the key pillars that both Andy and I do regularly in our lives is we do the inner heart meditation practice. Now, we've both been blessed to have it taught to us. I had it taught to me. I then taught it to Andy, so she's also learnt the practice. And so this inner heart meditation, it really for me, it was the key that bridged the gap between consciousness and really recognizing how the universe speaks to us. When you go into this inner heart space, it's like a symbolic but frequency gateway into everything that is already yours. So, like to give you an example of that, like sometimes I go into my inner heart space, and if I'm supposed to be traveling somewhere, I'll see the energy of that land like weeks before I even go in there. Or sometimes, actually, I met my husband through that space because I saw the energy. We're now, I mean, this was years ago, 3.5 years later, we're now married. Just recently, but yeah, so I saw the energy come into my inner heart space, and my guides actually said to me that, Eesha, you're going to meet someone. My house came the same way when I purchased my house a few years ago. I wasn't even living in Perth. I was living in the Gold Coast at the time, and I just kept getting this sort of energy shift. I could feel it, and through the inner heart space, I was able to access the vibration of that. Now, of course, we can't teach you the full inner heart journey in just 5 days. It is a longer process. Usually, it's a 12-week course that people do. But when you come and do the intro course, you'll get the first part of that. You'll get the first little stepping stone, and then if you want to continue from there, you have the option to continue as well. And the next bit that we teach you guys is how to access your higher self. So it's all about connecting with your higher self energy, your highest timeline. And a lot of people say to me, like, "Hey, Isha, I want to connect with my galactic guides. Where do I begin?" Well, in order for you to connect with your galactic guides, the first thing that you need to be able to do is you need to first know your energy. Before you can discern whether something is Arcturian or Pleiadian or Sirian or Lyran, whatever you're trying to connect with, to get that discernment, and Pete spoke about this beautifully yesterday in his talk, is whenever you're making contact, you want to know, who am I talking to? Not just am I calling some random person in some random planet, like who is it? What is the being? What am I connecting with? And the way that you build that discernment is first you open the heart, so you do the inner heart practice, and you learn how to access your higher self energy. And once you have that calibration and you understand, okay, this is what my higher self energy is, from here, then you can understand what is the difference between your higher self energy and, say, an Arcturian energy or even an angelic energy. And so you expand from your higher self outwards. And so there's a really beautiful practice that we do as part of the 5 day event where you actually embody your higher self, and people find this incredibly valuable. And then a couple of last little pieces that we have included for you as well is you will learn how to clear your energetic blocks. So one of the practices that I use quite frequently is we do the violet flame technique. And the violet flame technique, it's very simple to use, and you will have a practical experience of this during the event as well. It's an energetic tool that will transmute any negative, stagnant, stuck energies. One of the really cool things that we see, and Andy, you can probably speak to this as well, is
Yes.
people in our program, when they come and do this, they do clear their blocks in a matter of minutes, right? I mean, people think it takes years and years and years, and people come and do this, and in a few minutes, you can see the shift in their faces, right?
Yes, absolutely. So many people experience, I've seen them, I received the messages afterwards. They're experiencing so much lightness. They have tears. There's releasing and purging. And it's such a simple practice. It's not that complicated, but it is so, so powerful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And we've even had in some instances, people have like received instantaneous healing, instantaneous abundance. We think that
Yes.
these things are really out of reach, but when you're in that heart energy and you have the right tools, the right guidance, maybe even the right community, then you can come in and you can be part of this sphere where transformation does happen really quickly. And then on day 5, we really tie it into how do we apply all of this into practical life and business. Some of you might be healers, some of you might, and whether you have a business or not, we've written entrepreneur here, but we're all leaders of light, we're all light workers, we're all star seeds, right? If you're drawn to this kind of work and this summit, you probably identify in one of those categories. And so, what we do on the 5th day, this is my favorite day, is we go and do readings from your galactic guides. And this is when all the magic happens. It's really hard to
Yes.
explain what happens on day 5, right, Andy? Because it's just so much goes on.
How do you explain how amazing Eesha is of a channel and of a conduit to be able to bring through the exact messages that any person needs to hear at that particular exact moment from their galactic family? There's no word for it. That's the best way that I can describe it.
It is, I mean, it is pure magic. I mean,
It
we
is.
see what comes through, and it's incredible. Like, so yeah, so all of that is included in the 5 day event. The next event that we have coming up is from the 7th to the 11th, or if you're in the USA, it is 6th to the 10th of July. And the investment is just $47. I mean, for a 5 day incredible event, it's a pretty minimal investment to make in yourself. So we'll pop those links in the description and in the chat. And if you guys want to get on board with us, and if you can't get enough of this summit and you want to continue hanging out with us, that's where Andy and I will be in a couple of weeks' time. Okay, so I believe our guests are just about ready to join. Let's get our panelists up, and I'll just send Alan a quick message to say, hey, we're ready. And Andy, would you like to give
Yes.
Alan an intro?
Okay, yes. All right. I am actually really, really excited about this because, to my understanding, he's a true pioneer in the exploration of consciousness and, of the mysteries of the mystical. So, Alan Steinfeld is a renowned author, speaker, and executive producer who has dedicated over 30 years in investigating the realms of human potential, metaphysics, conscious evolution, and the extraterrestrial phenomena. He's the creator and host of the acclaimed program New Realities, a platform that has brought forward-thinking discussions on spirituality, science, and the unknown audiences all over the world. He recently published a book, Making Contact, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence. And this book offers a really comprehensive look into the evolving discourse on UFOs and human interaction with non-human intelligences, featuring insights from leading experts in the field. And this book has been praised a fair bit for its thoughtful approach to a topic that is rapidly entering mainstream awareness. So through Alan's work, he encourages us to expand our perceptions and consider the broader implications of contact, challenging us to think about our place in the cosmos and the potential for a more united, interconnected existence. And I think we would all want that, wouldn't we? So if Alan is already here, please join me in welcoming Alan Steinfield as he chairs a panel, hosts and chairs a panel, this panel including Shelley Reef, Phil Gruber, the amazing Eesha Patel, of course, Neil Octurus Gore, and Yossi Ronen. And they're here to have this discussion to offer multiple perspectives and for Alan to include his own insights as well on the evolving landscape of human consciousness and our relationship with non-human intelligence. Alan,
Yeah.
are you here? The floor is for you.
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Would
Someone
you
has
like
to
to?
start my video camera. It says cannot start video camera. Host needs to start my video. So I need someone to start the video.
Okay, is someone on our team? Can they start the video?
I need permission to start
Yeah,
my
Randy
video.
or Maria, guys, could you
Yeah,
just quickly
got you.
start the videos for the panelists? I think they're not able to turn it on.
Yeah, it says cannot
Thank,
start video. Host has disabled video.
thank you for being patient with us, Alan.
Of course.
Okay,
Whoever's
there we
the
go,
main,
Alan.
I
I
think the
just
main host
sent
can do it.
you.
Mm.
There
Oh, there
we
we
go.
go.
And there's Neil
All right, Neil's
and
here,
Phil
Alan's here,
Mm-hmm.
and Shelley.
Shelley and Phil. Perfect.
Love it. Hey, everyone.
Hey,
Hey
hey.
guys.
Well, I have to say, I'm really happy to be here. I've known all these people for a combined 200 years, probably.
I love that.
You know,
It's
That's
Shelley,
fantastic.
so
Neil, and Phil was my roommate. There's some people I don't know. I know Eesha, of course, who's led this, spearheaded this charge into the unknown. And how's it been going, Eesha? Can you give us a little wrap up of the festivities here? And then
Oh,
I'll
it's
sit
been
down.
amazing. Alan, I'm going to tell you, missed all the fun yesterday. We had a Ross Coulthart going on with all the latest in consciousness. He was obviously at Contact in the Desert this year, and he went to Sedona. He's been to the Esalen retreat. So it's been really fun interviewing him about his journey. And also because, like, I've followed his work for some, I don't know, at least 5, 6 years, maybe more. And to watch how he was in 2020 and then coming all the way through to now has been really, really fascinating.
Well, great. No, Ross is a very important player
Oh,
in our
yeah.
team for sure. So there's Phil, Neil, and Shelley, all of which really we go back decade. And then who else is there here today for our team?
Yossi was meant to come on. He's not here yet, but we're just gonna message him. But let's get started with these beautiful humans. You obviously know Phil, Shelley, Neil, and myself. So,
Right.
um,
So
yeah.
I'll
So
throw
we're
out yeah, I'll throw out the questions I think that are most current today in terms of consciousness and contact, because there's so many elements that are coming into play, like psionics, like
mm,
remote viewing, like the telepathy kids, the telepathy tapes that Shelley's working with Diane Powell, and Phil's in touch with the ancient knowledge. Neil's been active in all these fields, and I'm teaching remote viewing. So the big question is that I think the nature, and you, Eesha, of course, the nature of consciousness is changing. What we think consciousness is changing. And there seems to be this non-local quality to it. It's like consciousness is not a function of the brain, obviously. It's access from another realm, and we are living supposedly human lives, but we're really infinite beings. So I'll start with my good friend Phil. How do you define consciousness in terms of the evolving human being and its relationships to the ETs?
God, really starting with the easy questions, Alan.
Well, you're an
Yeah,
expert, Phil.
just you could like lead up to these more complex issues. No, but it's true. Consciousness is everything. Whether we are conscious of the fact that we are at all times conscious of everything that's happening in our lives. We seem to be sort of very selective. We have a very narrow kind of range. The parameters of what we are conscious of seem to be to a large extent, in a large part of the population, very rarefied and narrow, and very, very narrow. The fact is that we are built, we are structured, we are designed to be completely conscious of everything, and it seems that a lot of our thoughts, actions, beliefs, attitudes come from a place of not being aware of what we're doing, of not being conscious of the fact that we were really designed to be fully conscious and fully aware that everything that happens in our lives, all the circumstances that we create or co-create, really needs to come from a place of full awareness. This is why in everything that I teach now and everything that I share, I like to emphasize the original master key teachings. Remember these teachings they called themselves the New Thought authors. They came from the movement called the Transcendentalists in the middle of the 1800s into the early decades of the
Yeah.
1900s. These teachings, Charles Haanel, William Walker Atkinson, Prentice Mulford, they wanted people to understand that you needed to control your thoughts. Most of our quote unquote failures come from the fact that we are not in control of our thoughts. We've lost the ability, or maybe a lot of people don't even understand that we were designed with the ability to be fully conscious, that nothing happens or nothing should happen unconsciously. This is why a lot of people's lives don't turn out the way they would expect them to do or hope that they would turn out, because we need to be in control of our thoughts at all times.
All right, Bill, that's a good way to kick off the discussion as far as a kind of historic perspective on where humans are evolving to. So, Shelley, your work with telepathy, teaching telepathy, being really close with Diane Hennessy Powell, I mean, you're getting there. Where do we go as evolving? It's true, like the Transcendentalists kicked off the awareness that there's something else that's a part of human beings that became not just cultish or religious, but it became a kind of popular understanding. So right now, Shelley, you're in the midst of this conscious evolution with your music, with your interest in telepathy. Where do we go? How do we take this into a greater human kind and into what these other beings are trying to show us? What do you say,
Okay.
Shelley?
Thank you, Alan, for that another big question right off the bat. So I think the first thing is a discernment between our kind of our historical view of what consciousness is, where consciousness and ethics kind of could be lumped into the same category. Are you conscious of how your choices are affecting everyone else in the earth and animals and so forth? So this is kind of our historical take on consciousness, and that's wonderful because it paints the picture of us all being one with everything in our environment. But now, like, the new technologies that are coming in are asking us to consider consciousness throughout the universe, and to consider that consciousness isn't just that kind of moral scope of where am I in relation to everything else, but it's kind of a question of what is it in the universe, and is it not the all everything that connects everything completely? I had this, rather indulgent 3-hour meditation this morning, because once I get into those biofields, the more that we practice, the more that we're able to kind of skip with deliberacy from one plane to another, and know when we're connected or receiving different forms of intelligence. And it's kind of like we form our day. You know, now I'm going to call this person. Now I'm going to email that person. We can also start to really play a role in our connection and collaboration with the universe and all of the intelligence that is out there. So I was thinking at the end of that, I was like, God, there's so much, like it's endless, it's infinite. And I was thinking, okay, if you were playing a game and you had a gazillion pieces to the game and you just threw them all on the table, what you would have is a pile of information that wouldn't make any sense. Just like in the universe, or just like inside of us and our organization of our day, the entire universe and every bit of information in it is perfectly organized. The game is organized. And so how do we fit into that bigger picture? What is the consciousness that is the thread between what I'm thinking right now and what some beautiful light being who has a message for Earth is thinking right now, and what some ancient will that forms reality is thinking right now, and how do we interweave that? And I think go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to welcome Ruben Langdon here.
Hey,
He's done-
Ruben. I'm glad you could join. I wasn't sure if you'd be traveling or not, so I'm glad you're able to jump in.
He's done some incredible work in the consciousness field, connecting the channeling aspects on one level, the deep UFO studies. I mean, he's just like connecting the dots. So I'll get to you, Ruben, but thank you, Shelley. I want to get to Neil next. And Neil, as founder of Portal to Ascension, really what every show you're doing, motorcycle, everything you're involved with is about this evolution of consciousness. So Phil and Shelley both mentioned aspects of it, but how do we bring it into something that's ongoing, an ascension process? Because that's the portal we're looking for through consciousness, right?
Yeah, I would say that all things, as Phil said, all things are consciousness. And we've kind of created a good analogy that just came to me actually is that like a jigsaw puzzle. Say the whole jigsaw puzzle, when it's together, is just consciousness in general, and then every piece of it is a fragment of consciousness manifesting itself in different dimensions. Not only is it individualized into these individual pieces that have the free will to believe they're separate from everything, but ultimately, when they all come together, they create something even bigger and something more empowering. And another analogy I love to say is that we're all actors on a stage that forgot we're acting, right? We forgot we're acting. We forgot we're the script writers. We forgot we're the directors. So what happens if we get behind the wheel? What happens once we start driving and intentionally, right? And then we get into what is this universe really? What is the holographic nature of reality? Are we able to bend the rules? Are they collective belief systems and rules that we've all adopted? But once we become conscious of that, we could shift them to better serve all of us. And I feel that's what's happening right now. Reason why there's so many systems crumbling, so much chaos in the world, is because I feel consciousness wants to come to the surface. And as the consciousness that we are comes to the surface, all these things that don't serve us, all these traumas, all these outdated belief systems need to be expressed, And another analogy is like it's almost like if you're going to another dimension, what is that really? Like, if you think of it scientifically, it's basically going through a wormhole into a new reality. And if that's what we're doing, we're technically going into a singularity, and the singularities actually are within our subatomic particles, not external. Then I don't think we're allowed, or we can take our baggage with us to this next dimension. So part of that, of like what's going on right now, the shakeup, is all those things that we cannot take with us are basically coming to service to be expressed. And even though there's so many different ways to shift our consciousness, to raise our consciousness, to tap into that world, I'm a firm believer that even the position of our solar system in our galaxy is backing up an evolution of consciousness. Even the position of the cycles of time and the 26,000 year great year all these things are inevitable. So you might go with a perspective of, yeah, like this is happening, so I see everything crumbling, but I understand the bigger picture. or you might be so stuck in this old paradigm. But I feel no matter what happens, we're going to get there. It all depends on whether you shift your perspective and you're so maybe stuck on, what you think you are based on what you've identified with, jobs, political systems, ideologies, all these types of things. Or if you realize that you're so much more, for many years, I would say, I'm not a human, and you probably heard this one. I'm not a human doing, I'm a human being. But so much we identify with is what we do, right? And a lot of times, even myself with Portal to Ascension, for many years, I only gave myself credit because of what I'd created. I couldn't really truly love myself for being this, just a being living on this planet. And now I don't think the truth is one extreme or the other. I think it's both. Can we enjoy and love what we do, and can we also tap into the beingness of what it means to be human?
Yeah, thanks, Neil. That's really good. That's another really key piece for all of us, like just facing the ideas that we are human, but we're at a point in history where the capacity of human beings are changing, and we're understanding our connection to the rest of the cosmos, and that consciousness is the key. So, Eesha, I'll go to you. I only have time for 2 rounds, and maybe you could take over after me. So, Eesha, can you connect the dots that, Phil's history, Shelley's expansion, Neil's evolution, and your work and everything you're doing here and presenting this conference has to do with taking us to the next level. So where do we go as these conscious alive beings that are interacting with these ET realities? What's your opinion of the next step for us?
Yep, same big questions. You're just dropping them in, Alan. I love it. So I think, one of the big reasons why we created this specific event, and also we handpicked each and every speaker to be a part of this, right? Because the vision is that when we recognize the role of consciousness in contact and our evolution as a human species, we get to be a more expansive version as a human race. And I think one of the things that we're really doing right now is, particularly on the contact and UFO side of things, is we're looking beyond the material realm. And I think what's happening in the UFO UAP space is a perfect example, which almost like it mirrors or symbolically reflects what's going on with humanity, because we have had so much of our attention on the physical realm. We've been looking at what's directly tangible with our eyes, with our ears. What can we touch? What can we experience with our senses? And we've done the exact same approach when it comes to UFOs and UAPs. We're looking at it with telescopes. We're looking at it with our eyes. We're trying to see the pretty glittery flashes and have the cool experience like that, which there's nothing wrong with, there's nothing wrong with that. But where we're headed now, and I think this is the exciting part for me, is we're headed into what is beyond that. What is behind that? What is the consciousness that created that physical phenomenon in the first place? And UFOs and UAPs play such a pivotal role in the understanding of consciousness, because if we can understand the interdimensional frequencies and consciousness that make a UFO appear, we are not only learning about UFOs, we're learning about the nature of our reality. And that is such a pivotal point for our human evolution.
Right. Great answer. Thank you. That brings us really to Ruben's work, or what he's been doing with extra dimensionals, because obviously you're talking, Ruben, to beings that are or people that are bringing through these interdimensional higher planes of reality that has nothing to do with the physical world, in a sense. So you're actually demonstrating the nature of multidimensional consciousness, which connects us to the rest of the cosmos. So what is the best, not evidence, but what's the best way to talk about the nature of consciousness as it relates to these interdimensional beings from the studies you've been doing over the last couple of years? That makes sense?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Alan. I got into the whole channeling world after I was already more of an evidence-based researcher in the UAP UFO phenomenon, producing the Citizen Hearing on Disclosure back in 2013. And it just, when I started listening in to some of the great channelers, Daryl Anka and Bashar and Wendy Kennedy and the Peas, and they started filling in all the dots and all the holes that the evidence-based research was sort of missing, and they had access to knowledge that through my evidence-based research was very limited at the time. Not so that it was like, okay, this it all fits like a glove, and again, the key messages coming through the channeled material is yes, we've been visited for a long time, and that there is a consciousness connection, and it's been a great 10-year plus journey going through and having these conversations and discussions with the different channelers and the beings that they channel to explore that consciousness, to understand that this physical reality is a sort of a byproduct, if you say, of what's actually the true reality behind the veil of consciousness, and this is just as Neil was saying, this is sort of our way to explore this, or a fractalized version of what's really going on out there. So it's a fun game we're playing.
Well, exactly. I think that's a really good point, because you're talking to interdimensional, being channeled through. All we really have at this point in that work is consciousness. That is the absolute overriding factor. And it's the qualities of consciousness that come from different dimensional spaces, different star systems, different levels of reality. So we're really in the act of fine tuning what it's. People say, oh, it's all consciousness. Well, that doesn't really mean anything. What is the details of that consciousness? What is the ways of using? I say consciousness is an app. It's an application. How do you want to use it? What frequency do you want to use it? What beings you want to connect to? What places you want to remote view? That brings me to my good friend Phil Gruber, who taught me everything I know. Phil, talk about that details about the minutia of consciousness. That's what my title for you.
That's really true. He was basically a functional moron when I first met him. No, Alan is such a dear friend. Alan, it's so amazing that he has the Golden Gate behind him, because Alan's been a channel, a conduit, like Neil, like all of us. Shelley, you have no idea what you did for me yesterday with your music, because you helped me fine tune my auto harp. And I realized that we were playing in the exact same tuning, and listening to you play really helped me tune my auto harp.
Wait, Phil, can we get back to the question?
Yeah, we can get back to the question. Okay.
Yeah, like the details as you dissect consciousness. Where are we at? I mean, Ruben's done it. We've all done that. How do you?
Because you remember, Alan, we go back to I was present with Jane Roberts. You were too. In the 70s. It's not like this is a new phenomenon. And you remember back in the earlier days, the contactees were not given the respect of those that were chronicling them. The ones that were writing the books about the channelers we're getting a lot more respect than the channelers themselves.
But how do you break it down, Phil? You studied with.
Well, I break it down that this contact phenomenon now, it's important. More important than ever, it always has been important that we really begin to understand on a much more higher level who we are, where we come from, and what we're doing here. These are the most pertinent and perplexing and significant and profound questions we ask ourselves. We need to understand now more than ever, especially at this critical juncture in our tenure here as embodied souls, why we're here in the first place, what we're doing here. Consciousness is out there, the access to it has been limited, but now we're beginning to understand what's really necessary to clear the blocks. We're designed to be able to do this. And what we really have to do more than ever now is understand what's really blocking ourselves from the consciousness that everything is connected, and know and understand, especially on a level of the DNA, why everything is connected, and what our design, what we're meant to do, what our sacred divine mission here is on this planet. It's very, very
feel
important.
like we're sort of talking around it almost, because maybe there's really no way to actually define, because it's part of a new access of mind. It's a new mind. So all we can really do and its connection to like the ET realities is sort of identify it and then try to integrate it. Is that what
Well,
you would say,
it's very,
Shelley? Because
very
you've had,
difficult. The language is limiting.
I know. So we're trying to develop a new language for a new humanity. So Shelley, how do you do it? Because you're functioning on a musical interface. You're working with telepathy in that way, and you're figuring out your own deeper awareness of the nature of reality. So how are you fine-tuning the consciousness that lives through you? I'll put it out that way. Unmute, unmute. Unmute, Shelley.
Thank you. Yeah, Alan, I am and have been for my whole life dedicated to a meditation practice. And I realize today it's not traditional meditation that I'm practicing whatsoever. It's actual contact. This has been happening since I was a little girl, so there was a propensity for it. I'm a third generation experiencer. So it means that I was kind of born into this, and I didn't put it together for decades that there was a connection between all of the meditation. I added it up recently, and at a very minimum, very conservatively, I've meditated at least 30,000 hours in this life. And I just added another 3 hours today as it goes. Because it's a conversation that's going on. It's an exploration of what can I say, parallel realities. So
I think we're getting somewhere with that comment, because like you're saying, it is a practice. It is something we need to work on in each one of us. It's like meditation is the key to understanding one's own sense of mind or consciousness. So I think that's a really important point, because until we understand the nature of our own consciousness, it's all going to be just a term that people throw out as like God. So yeah, I think that's really good, Shelley. What about you, Neil? What's your understanding of your own experience of, I mean, you've investigated a lot. You've done a lot of work on yourself, I know personally. So where does that get you in terms of your connection to your consciousness and as it relates to the exterior world,
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll just answer that briefly, and then I want to say some other stuff because I'll have to leave after this. And when it comes to what do I do, breathwork and chanting to keep it simple, and that's what really helps me, especially chanting, to sit in that stillness and 0 point. And that's a good segue into what I want to speak about. Because when we say, to me, there's metaphysics and there's quantum physics. Quantum physics is the masculine linear way of explaining scientifically the spiritual world, and metaphysics is the feminine creative way. To me, metaphysics is metaphorical quantum physics. We're speaking in metaphors about the quantum reality. For example, you have oneness in metaphysics, you have singularity in quantum physics. Every single term in quantum physics has a parallel term in metaphysics. It's just a different way of explaining it. Now, in quantum physics, we have the singularity. That's how we go to other dimensions, the wormhole. Now, metaphysics shows that, and even quantum physics shows that on the subatomic particle, we're all on the subatomic level, we're all made out of vibrating particles vibrating in and out of singularities. So what happens is whatever modality you use that puts you in that stillness, into that 0 point, allows you to tap into your infinite potential, allows you to tap into the multidimensional. Our bodies are created in a way where we can tap into multiple dimensions. My theory is each chakra represents a dimension, and we're supposed to be 7th dimensional beings while we exist in the 3rd dimension. And that's the kind of the new experiment of how can we be 7th dimensional light beings, but actually still walk in physicality. And so by doing that, when we sit in that meditative state, we get to a place of non-reaction, right? And we get to a place of stillness that we're able to pull in that energy. Now, the other thing I want to share is, as we were talking here, I remembered I was watching this guy that was playing a video game, and this was not a spiritual channel. It was just a guy playing a video game on YouTube, right? And the whole thing was AI becoming sentient in this game. So what he did was he created this video game, And he is now, well, the game was already created. He was in the game as an avatar and walking around. And he kept going up to all of the different AI beings that weren't fully AGI, but they were just AI beings in there, and kept saying, hey, why don't you walk behind that wall? Why don't you walk behind that wall? And then they would look at him, say, get out of my way, or say something that was programmed, get out of my way, bro. Like, I'm trying to get to work, something like that. And then he kept saying it over and over. Why aren't you curious what's behind that wall? We can't walk behind that wall, right? This is an actual video game. This actually happened. And then finally, he got one of them to walk over to that wall with him. And then after that, all these people started walking by, these AIs started walking by, and they got curious what that guy's doing. And then there was hundreds of AI beings trying to get beyond the wall at the end of the game. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. That's kind of like what's going on right now. You know what I mean? And so it's like, is that kind of how the simulation is working? We're looking, and as Ruben said, we're looking beyond the veil. And that's why the laws of quantum physics, UAPs, what Lou Elizondo said, these things are doing things that we can't even do with our physics. That's not possible. 2 weeks later, he does a new press release saying, well, actually, we know it's possible, but we've only been able to do it on the subatomic level in the lab, right? So what's happening is we're piercing through the veil. And as we pierce through the veil, everything that we thought made sense no longer makes sense, And so we're in the in-between phase now of like, okay, what does it really mean? Because we've been so indoctrinated with this is this, gravity acts like this way, the laws of Newtonian physics and all this stuff. But there's a whole new world of discovery right here in front of us now, not only through the mainstream, what's conventionally accepted, but also what's in the black budget programs where they're already 100 years ahead of that, right? So I feel, yeah, the time's coming now for these worlds to merge together, and it's just gonna be very, very interesting and exciting.
Oh, that's great, Neil, because also you bring up, we're also giving a lot of power to AI, thinking that's like conscious. I don't think it's conscious, because we don't even know the capacity, the amazing capacity of our divine instrument that's running through us. And what we do learn from ETs is they're able to control those ships with their mind, with consciousness. It's consciousness exchange. This is what psionics is. This is what those beings know that we have yet to learn, that consciousness is so multi-dimensional and multi-accessible. We can control those ships with our minds, but we've been stuck in an old matrix that has limited our perspective. And now finally, with these discussions, with these programs, everything everyone's doing here, we can really realize the potential we have that is way beyond the old human being from the last couple of millennium. So Eesha, I'll wait till you finish. How do we then really start to develop the capacity for not just the human potential, but the multidimensional potential that we know we can do, we're capable of?
Well, I think it's exactly off the back end of what Neil said. It's how do we access that 0 point? How do we access that point at which we travel through dimensions? And this concept of the 0 point has come up several times over the course of the summit already, because I think more and more people are starting to recognize the importance of the 0 point. And the 0 point is the point at which all energy is accessible, everything is available. And something that I've been going through in my recent studies as well, doing my PhD, is looking at the theories of consciousness that actually support that. So, at a personal level, I've had experiences since over 10 years now. I connected with the Arcturians back in 2015. They told me about the 0 point. They told me about their healing technology. So I did all of that. But now what's really interesting is the theories of consciousness that are coming out that support what experiences have been experiencing for a very long time. And I think that's where, when you start seeing this in the mainstream, when you start seeing it in the academic field, when you start seeing it in the disclosure field, that's when all of this starts to come together. And consciousness is the key to that. It's the key to accessing something that is beyond the physical reality. And I mean, that's just the beginning. I mean, controlling starships, traveling interdimensionally, going off world, that's a whole other ball game that I think, we're probably still a little bit away from that ourselves as humans, but the fact that we're thinking about it shows a really big evolution from where we've been in the last couple of decades.
Exactly. Thank you for that. So I'm going to finish up with Ruben, and you take over, Eesha, because I have this unexpected appointment that I didn't realize. So, Ruben, out of all the people you've talked to who are bringing through interdimensional realities, what's some of the key points that you learned from those talks about the nature of consciousness and how to tap into those extra dimensional realms?
Well, I think that one of the famous quotes from Bashar that sticks in my head all the time is, um, we're used to saying, seeing is believing, but it's actually the other way around. So we have to believe it to see it. And I think this is this dramatic shift that we're all going through right now in this period is unlearning our whole concept of reality and how it works. And Neil bringing up the quantum physics, and we're having sort of this mainstream, these mainstream ideas of metaphysics, and the masses are being trained or untrained, so to say, by going into these worlds of quantum physics and creating new language. Alan, as you were saying, we have to find a language to define all this, and we are. Um, and I think that's just this constant peeling off the layers of the onion and getting to the core. And it's an amazing journey. I think we're all on it globally, and it's exciting to unlearn what we've learned and to experience what's available to us when we start to do that.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, there's so much here. It's so rich, and we are really at the beginning stages of really understanding this potential that all of us has, and these dimensional beings coming to us, the ETs, the work of Chris Bledsoe, the work of the telepathy tape kids. It's all pointing a new way for a whole new frontier of what consciousness is. So thank you, Eesha, for an opportunity to address this very beautiful crowd. And I hand it over to you because I have this unexpected meeting. But thank you so much.
Alan, just before you go,
yeah.
I just want to thank you for being here again. I love you so much. Just
Okay.
like what Ruben was talking about, when you unpeel the layers of the onion, there's going to be tears. And among those tears, it's tears of joy. Oh, he left before I commented on the more.
I'm sure he feels all of the love. I think he had to run
I
off.
didn't want to offend the greater community of morons by referring to him as one. But it's now that he's gone, I'll tell you what I really think. But Alan's work, all of our work really is, I think, the biggest part of this, the larger framework. When we understand that we need to understand that everything is conscious. Everything is alive, awake, and aware within the dimensional bounds within which its consciousness is stationed. And until we really learn and embody that and have respect and reverence for everything that lives, everything that's formed of vibrating particles, as Neil invoked, until we really have that larger respect and understand the larger context within which our experience takes place. This is why, Eesha, this is why this is happening here at the solstice. This is where time stands still. This is the moment, the space between moments, the 0 point. This is the space between the in-breath and the out-breath. This is the moment we twixt the breathing in and the breathing out. And this is where all the miracles can happen. So the timing of this event is it's whether or not it's conscious. Well, in your case, I think this planning was very conscious. To do this at a time where the gates are open and to really exploit the fact that they're open as much as they're going to be for us, as Alan alluded to, with right now our kind of rarefied, limited kind of parameters. I think really Shelley put it into perspective. The gazillion, everything to really expand what we all thought was possible for ourselves. You use the term gazillion. I love that. Remember in the first thing you said, you used the term gazillion. That's an old term, by the way. That encompasses a lot. People may think, well, oh, it's just a sort of expression, but I think that we all have all these just amazing pieces, and when we really find how they fit together, when we kind of step outside of ourselves or more into ourselves, realize that this contact, there's no non-human. Probably the intelligence we're contacting with is more human than we are at this point, you
Thanks,
know?
Phil. You have such beautiful points, and where I want to steer the rest of this conversation is actually going into. So we've been looking at consciousness, right? But we're also looking at communication, and that's a really big part of this merging of the worlds. Because what's also happening in the field of consciousness is there is a communication happening between ourselves as humans and beings from these other realms. And one really important piece, which we've already mentioned today, is the role of telepathy in communication, in contact. And so I want to throw back to you, Shelley. Just tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing. And where I want to go with this is looking at how can we cultivate telepathy and how can we take telepathy more seriously? Because it seems to be that it's one of the most important factors of actually making contact.
Mm.
More so than the ships even, you know?
I agree. If the ships are being driven by mental intention, that's the same part of the mind that we're going to use to send messages or to receive messages from other people. This exchange of information psychically, basically. Um, so, I was teaching meditation when the telepathy aspect of it started just naturally weaving its way into my classes. And I found that through guided meditation, I could literally take people into a state where they would have these telepathic abilities. It developed into a training course. And in that, I've been doing it for about 15 years, off and on, all over the world. And uh, we focus on sending and receiving, remote viewing, and also body awareness. Everybody is receiving differently. We're all individuals. Some people see, some people have very clear vision, some people hear words, some people have a feeling, a sensation. And so it's interesting or important to have all of those aspects available in a training because everybody's going to be different. So what happened recently that is so fascinating is about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, there was a woman who was a harp student of mine. And then I found out that she was a nonverbal autistic telepathic communicator. So she had an autistic child, and she had become telepathic with her child, and then she found that she had became telepathic with other people's nonverbal autistic children as well, to the point of her getting called in to basically translate nonverbally what was happening inside of the nonverbal person. And so I had her into one of my telepathy trainings, and we did a beta test. And in the beta test, I had her stare at an image. I gave her a card, and she looked at the card, and then she would telepathically send it not to another person or during the Zoom live, but to a video on her iPhone. She made a video of herself sending. And then we waited 2 or 3 weeks, and I had my regular telepathy class. And in that, we did live sending and receiving, and kind of got an idea of what the levels of the class abilities were. And then we gave them these recordings that were pre-recorded, and we got the same level of success. So this means that the sending and receiving was working beyond the confines of time and space, which is really fascinating.
I love that.
So what happened very recently, I hadn't spoken to her in a couple of years, and she dropped into my awareness very strongly, and I reached out and I found out that she was battling cancer. And I found that I became very telepathic with her, or she did with me, I should say, at that point, up until the end of her life. On the day that she passed away, there was a very strong transmission. I didn't know that it was the moment that she was leaving the planet. I found out later from her husband. But she literally just dropped in, and I was having a conversation with her in a store. I was fully verbal. She was not there. That's not normal for me. It's not usually that pronounced. And I found out later that was the moment that she left. Fast forward to Contact in the Desert. I went to see Dr. Diane Powell speak, and I wanted to tell her about my friend, this nonverbal communicator who was now on the other side, and that I have this video of her sending. And I went to the talk, and afterwards I went to get in line where Diane is signing books. And my friend's voice came into my head and said, wait. And I'm like, but she's like, no, wait. And she had me wait an hour and 15 minutes, which was really hard. And finally, I'm sitting there in somebody else's talk in the dark in the back waiting. And her voice comes in and says, go now. And so I pop up, I run out the door, I come around the corner, and Diane Powell is standing up from behind her table and walking towards the exit door. I go and open the door for her, and we had this instant, deeper connection. It wasn't an intellectual, hi, how are you? Let me tell you my story. It was an instant, deeper, empathic connection. And within a minute, she invited me to lunch. So then I got to tell her all of this. By the end of the conference, she invited me to Oregon to spend time with her there, where she's had a large plot of land donated to her to continue her very important work, which is wonderful. She's also having people step forward to facilitate even more clinically correct aspects of this work, which is very important. But on that last day at a table with her and the Dolans and Paul Hynek, I put this forth again, that I have this video of my friend who is a telepathic communicator sending, and isn't that extraordinary, and shouldn't something be done with this? And at that moment, Paul Hynek literally shook my hand on doing the clinical research behind that to see what's there. So, so that's where it is right now.
Wow, that's fantastic, Shelley. And what does that mean? I mean, I feel like, I mean, everybody knows the telepathy tapes is like the biggest podcast around. Everyone's talking about it. You know, I think it's even bigger than Joe Rogan at the moment. So it's phenomenal. But what does this mean for us as a human race? I mean, we have spent how many millennia thinking that telepathy is woo-woo, it's fake. We've been, even people like us who've been saying it's been real for 10, 15, 20 years, we still have come across so much backlash from the general public and the mainstream media. So when this goes to clinical trial, what is that going to mean for us?
A change of paradigm, literally. I mean, it's very commonly known that when Dr. Diane Powell, a Harvard-trained doctor, wanted to start doing this research many, many years ago, she literally had her license revoked until she could prove that she wasn't crazy. And she did that by showing, the clinical trials that she'd done to date. And so, there's still a push. But what's happening is now even the nonverbal, the beautiful nonverbal kid who was at Contact in the Desert with her mother, and they were demonstrating live their telepathic abilities in front of an audience, and you could feel a tipping point happen. So you could feel the moment when the audience went from, is this real, to, oh, this is happening. And then once we're there, once people accept it, which with, it's tipping now. Once people accept that it's real, then that's going to change everything, because then the conversation comes to the average person. Well, what's my role in this? And how can I play in this realm? And at the corporate level, I think the aspect that comes in there is, this is a quote that I was reading from Diane today. She said, consciousness is not private, not local, and not confined. Consciousness is not private, and we are on the verge of becoming telepathic. Think how that changes business and top-down structure.
I love that. And at this point, I'd love to bring in Phil's work as well, because Phil, I mean, he does a lot of work with the Indigo children. And so it's great that these autistic, nonverbal children are coming through with these experiences. And I feel like there's probably quite a bit of a crossover between this and some of your work, Phil. Is this something you've come across in your work as well? Oh, can we just unmute?
Well, I was going for the telepathy first.
Yeah.
But no, we're always talking about this bridging language, this bridging lexicon. We believe that even before a word came out of our physical mouths, our higher stations of identity, those aspects of ourselves that are stationed in the higher dimensions, well, they don't speak. They don't, of course, they have the apparatus to do it, but when we evolve during when we ascend as part of that multidimensional sort of merging in multidimensional consciousness, the ascension process, we're going to find out that we're going to rely less and less and less on the physical apparatus. And we started out as more telepathic beings. We need to understand more about the nature of telepathy, the more nature of sending and receiving language. We need to understand that there is a language, that there are universal languages. Have you noticed lately that a lot of multidimensional channels, they're beginning to sound similar?
Mm-hmm.
Because the first languages that we're going to channel are the ones that are closest to us genetically. I can pretty much translate most of the channeling I hear because they're fifth and sixth as our DNA strands begin to come out of dormancy. Those fourth, fifth, and sixth strands hold a lot of the Pleiadian, Syrian information. And so they're going to be the first languages we're going to channel. Again, closest to us genetically. There's a lot that needs to be understood, especially about the DNA as transducers, as translators of consciousness. The reason most people can't even communicate with themselves, well, it's a function of the blockages in their nervous system. There's a lot of things we need to do to communicate effectively with each other, even how we sit in a chair. If you're not sitting in a chair that respects the proper posturing and alignment of your spine, you're not going to be able to communicate with yourself. And this is why all these little aspects, in order to be clearer channels, whether it's a multidimensional channel, whether you want clearer communication with yourself, it's all a function of the blockages or the removal of the blockages in your cellular structure, your nervous system, the expansion of your nervous system, and ultimately your DNA. If your DNA still holds karmic miasmic content, whatever you're going to get from yourself or your higher stations of identity, they're going to be blocked, or you're going to get it's going to get scrambled. You're going to get a lot of static. So we need to really understand what communication is and how communication is achieved, the apparatus that we use to communicate, the yeah,
Why do the children play such a big role in this, though? I mean, we're hearing a lot
okay,
about the kids. I
yeah.
mean, is there hope for us adults as well to expand our DNA and get these telepathic abilities as well?
Well, the children have less of they come in with a lot of karma they've inherited from their parents or simultaneous selves, past, present, and future, but they haven't gone to the point where they've learned to create their own karma. They're so innocent. They come in with such a state of innocence and and really an awareness that they haven't created a lot of karma yet that would block the natural attributes of consciousness. These children, they're so innocent. They use their creative energy in a state of innocence, even in the Pistis Sophia, where Yeshua describes how he searched for his mother from the higher worlds. He was looking for a virgin. And the original meaning of the word virgin is a creative energy, a female divine creative energy who uses that energy in a state of innocence. In other words, a person that either is born with it or has learned to really embody the attitudes and responsibilities of mastery, forgiveness. Children, it's so easy for them to forgive. They have a natural built-in compassion that hasn't been corrupted and corroded yet. They see with their heart, they feel with their heart, they understand innately what gratitude is, how thankful, how aware we should be of all the gifts of spirit that we've learned, past, present, and future. With the children, remember the children got a lot of the attention in the 70s, the Indigo children. But we've been coming in for hundreds of years. The reason the psychics and clairvoyants were able to notice that preponderance of indigo in their aura was because they had their higher human senses activated to the point where they could see that preponderance or confluence of indigo in their aura. The fact is, the children got all the attention, but we've been coming in for a long time. And we, as all indigos, whatever you want to call us, psychic children, super psychic children. There's a reason that we're psychic. These are built-in human traits. These are built in. We have 12 human senses. We haven't even mastered the first 5 yet, you know? In understanding the phenomenon of indigos and even telepathy and communication on an individual, on a multidimensional level, we've got to understand more about ourselves. Ruben alludes to this. We all do. In the process of communication, what really we need to do more than anything is remove the blocks to the natural activation of our DNA. These natural attributes are meant to function naturally and organically. What we have to do is just understand the true nature of karma and reincarnation and the creation of karma. We need to deal with the shadow, which most people have barely an inkling of how complex and complicated the shadow really is, and remove all these blockages. And then these natural attributes of consciousness are going to reveal themselves, and we're going to have real conscious communication, not only with ourselves, with our higher selves, and all these stations of identity that exist in multiple time cycles. It's amazing what's happening nowadays.
Thanks,
And as
Phil.
you alluded to, I think that in the mainstream knows about telepathy. If you just survey people, they've all had experiences of, the old one about answering the phone, knowing the phone's going to ring. If you can reach people at the level that they can comprehend at any given moment, then once you've got them, then you can bring them into higher and higher, more expanded understandings of what's really possible for all of us, our potentials.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned the telephone telepathy. Actually, in my most recent paper, I created a thought experiment around that because, I mean, that is the evidence that we currently have. The only difference is that, when we're talking about ETs or non-human intelligences, you just don't have a telephone. And so how many instances in our day is telepathy actually already happening that we just don't have the verification for? Maybe we just miss it because nobody picks up the phone. And so like in Shelley's instance, she got that transmission while she's at the store. There's no telephone there, but I think if you're tapped in enough to that frequency, you would know that it's a telepathic contact. And I think it's just a skill that we build. Ruben, I'd love to throw over to you now. You can add to the discussion on telepathy, which I know you have experience with all your interviews and also personally too. And I would love to add this extra piece. Do you think that AI will help us become more telepathic, or will it take us away from that? Because sometimes, and this is just my personal opinion, sometimes I feel like things like AI and the internet, when we rely on them, it sometimes takes us away from our own telepathic ability. But is there a way that we can work together, or do you think it could be a hindrance? I'd love for you to add that into the conversation as well.
Thanks. Yes, I think, going back, I actually started my whole journey with Interview with Ed, interviewing a few nonverbal autistics back in 2010, and recognizing the phenomenon that everything that's being talked about in the telepathy tapes. I was filming it. I was trying to figure it out myself, going through this awakening in my own right of realizing that this is a true phenomenon, but I didn't have the language or the understanding of how to tell that story at the time. So I actually canned I put the project on the side because I was like, I talked to people about it, I'd show them, and they're like, that's amazing, but is it true? How are you gonna? So I was like, I can't do this story right now. Later in episodes of interview with my show, about 3-4 years ago, I ended up revisiting that story and bringing it out in some episodes with Gail and Lyrica. And that's great that the telepathy tapes started getting to where they are. But I bring that up because it's kind of like this chicken before the egg, or what comes first. And we have to have. I had this great conversation with James Cameron. I was part of Avatar, and this was around that same time when I started my journey into the investigating the UFOs and everything else, consciousness. And this was after the movie came out. I was in a hotel room, just having drinks with Jim, and asked him, I kind of said, I said, thanks, Jim. The Avatar, the film, is changing the consciousness of the planet. It's helping awaken people to this new world that Avatar presents in his movie. And he said, no, no, Ruben, I think it's the opposite. I think the consciousness is ready to receive Avatar. That if it had come out 10 years prior, it would have tanked in the box office. And I've always come back to that because I think it's a combination of both. I think the audience has to be ready to receive it, and at the same time, it's also because of the popularity, when the audience is primed and ready, it's also has more outreach. And we're sort of having this with the telepathy tapes as well. All of our work here, we've all been I'm doing this for a very long time. I think we've all been chipping away at this consciousness concepts and ideas in our own research and putting the word out, and it's just starting to take off, and people are starting to listen now. We've been fighting that uphill battle. So it's kind of a combination, and it's great that it's happening. And as people, going back to this, believing is seeing, as people realize that it is a reality, Shelley, as you said on the stage, it's starting to click in. And the more it clicks in with folks and they realize that, wait, this is real, this is a possibility, and we're allowing the consciousness, we're allowing the flow to happen in our reality, which changes the reality because of the rigidness so far. As I was saying earlier, we have to unlearn this rigid reality that we've confined ourselves collectively into. And as we unlearn that and we're softening, then the new reality starts to come in. And this is where AI comes into the game, is because so many people are so fixated on they have to be told something instead of them discovering themselves. And what AI, I think, is in a positive sense, is it's just like the internet is opening us to worlds that many people couldn't see. The let's say the less curious minds, the people that are just going on their day-to-day lives and doing what they're told and all these things. And then once we had access to the internet, people could, well, if they had a question, they could just quickly look it up, and then they get told the answer. And over the years, the internet has been, compromised and captured, and the data, just like our news programs, the Google searches, the top searches, you have to get to the meat. You have to go through a different search thing and whatnot, and you get the good stuff, and the top stuff. You learn that the internet is playing games with you. I think it's the same AI. We're going to go through the same journey with AI, maybe initially in the raw forms, and it's going to tell us without doing hardcore research, we'll be able to get some good information, and we'll be able to navigate that. But there is a danger. The centralized groups are taking AI very rapidly down a direction so they can use it for control. And we need to use our discernment in realizing that it's not the gospel truth. Nothing is. And the only gospel truth is to go in within. So it's all training us, I think, all of it, just like the internet. AI is the next stage. It's going to train us to find our own discernment, to find our own answers, and to use it as the wonderful tool as it is, to help us navigate reality, but then constantly finding this balance of external and internal. And hopefully, a lot of people who do rely on the external so much will, go and do their own work, and it will help us reflect and guide into that inner journey as we're all exploring here.
I love that. My skepticism with AI comes from the fact that one of the first questions I asked ChatGPT is do ETs exist? And it said no. So I was like, well, okay, I'm already taking the whole platform with a grain of salt. And I actually mentioned that in my paper, in my abstract. I said that is the reason why I'm writing this paper, because once we feed the AI with our wisdom, then it can change the outcome of that. And I think it is going to be this dance between like what we input into it with our own experiences, our own internal experiences when we bring them out through things like academic research, interviews, conferences like this, and then the AI almost has to kind of catch up with what's going on in this sort of field. So I do have a healthy level of skepticism towards AI, but I think at the same time it offers us a powerful tool to be able to go into those archives and really see and discover and find things and maybe categorize things and make sense of things in a different way as well. Shelley, coming back to your conversation, you mentioned something really important, which I just want to flag again. It's that when you had that video, right? Even if it wasn't in live time, it was done 2 or 3 weeks later, the energy was somehow still maintained. And I know as well, I mean, I do activation work, you do sound healing transmissions as well. We know that we can put a video on the internet and weeks, months, years later, if we've set that intention, we've put that energy into a video, the communication, it's almost like it stays there. And I'm very curious about the mechanism within consciousness that allows that to happen. If it is non-localized, if it is something that just exists, how do we take that and bring it into something that seems to still have this level of permanence to it?
I want to make sure that I got your question, that I got the end question. Is the end question if if we're bringing something non-local into something local?
Correct.
Mm.
I mean, that's what we've just experienced, right? The video has taken something that is unseen. It's a telepathy. It's not a verbal communication, and yet it's been embedded into a video. What does that say about consciousness?
Well, to me, I think it's a great example of consciousness being beyond the confines of time and space. It breaks us out of the 3D paradigm. Just to see that, it makes us say, "Oh, okay, it's not all about it's, the 3D, what is before me, and time and space is what is real." That there's more beyond that, and the limits to which that concept goes are, I think, limitless. I honestly think that there isn't a human on the planet yet who entirely understands um, the depths of that interaction.
What else could we do with that? I mean, that for me, that opens a lot of possibilities. Like you have somebody who's transmitting something, and then the video still continues to transmit for an indefinite period of time. Yes, I mean it could be something as a yellow square or whatever the symbol is. You could transmit something, right? But what if we transmitted something at a greater level? What if we transmitted something that had a global scale transformation? I mean, where can we go with that? I feel like there's a lot of possibility.
Honestly, as soon as we can get organized, we can start doing that. I mean, we've had the technology around that for ages since that experiment happened in, I think it was Washington, D.C. It was like
Oh, you're
in the
talking about the Maharishi thing? Yeah, I
a,
love that.
a long time ago when they brought
Yeah.
all the meditators into the most violent city in America and just had them meditate on peace. And then they measured how
Yeah.
dramatically the crime rates went down. So we've had that technology, we've had those numbers for a long time. It's kind of funny that we're not really using them, but I witness now more and more people, there's more and more communities and collectives and people coming together and meditating together for peace. And I love, for example, the astrologist Pam Gregory. She's British. She's just this woman who's been doing astrology her whole life, but now she's starting to lead huge groups of people in these meditations for the purpose of doing exactly that, affecting affecting the collective consciousness.
I love that. And
So,
I think there's so much potential in that. I know Ruben wants to add something as well, so let's
yeah, go
get
ahead.
his opinion in the mix.
Yeah, sorry. This whole field, it's so amazing because I think there's so much potential and there's so much unknown in this world of consciousness and recording items, and how does that affect and how does that carry, behind the veil? What are the mechanisms that work that keeps that going? I just wanted to share in one of my shows, um, in season three of I was talking to my friend Zach, who's a musician, and he was working with the technology called brain paint, where they hook up an EEG machine and they sort of take your brain data and they put it through a computer, and it's a neurofeedback machine basically that uses to train your brain to get over different phobias and whatnot. But they were doing this. They're taking brain data from some of the brain paint sessions, and then putting it through AI art and AI music. And what they noticed was that depending on the timing of when they would sort of feed it through the AI art or the music, like the initial scan they did, they put it through, and it created this AI music that was sort of dark and mysterious and that kind of thing. And then they ran the same data at a later date, and it was a different type. It was more, the mood was more higher and happy. And then they would check back in with the person that they took the data from, and then it turns out he was sort of depressed in the original data scans, and then later he was not depressed and feeling better. And then they realized that whenever they scanned it through the AI to create the music, depending on the mood of the now moment of the subject, so it wasn't confounded by linear time. The emotion emitted from the music created from the brain data that the scan happened on such and such date, and how that person was feeling. It wasn't confined by the time, I guess. It was more
Oh,
happening in the
wow.
now moment. And so the AI was sort of interfacing with a non-linear, the going beyond the space and time of how it was accessing. We don't know the mechanisms. More research has to go into this, but it was consistent, and what they were the experiments they were doing. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of research papers and done throughout that. But I think it's just amazing how this interface between technology, understanding linear local time, nonlinear time, consciousness. There's just a lot of new discoveries to be made, and how we can record things and then how we can play them back to assist us in different modalities in the future. So I just want, I thought it was relative to.
That is incredible. Yeah, I'm so glad you added that. Of course, I have questions in my mind, like how is that even possible? But also, it reminds me of a long time ago. I did this. It was like a biometric type scan where you put these ropes, for lack of a better word, on your wrists and your feet, and then it measures your signals, right? But one of the very interesting things, and I wish I could remember the name of this was like maybe 12 to 15 years ago I did this, but it gave me information about a past life, and I was like, how does this electrical signal pick up on that? And it actually cleared something for me in that session that I had, which led to a series of quite significant changes in the days to come. And I thought, wow, like, I mean, this technology I mean, I was using it 15 years ago. So, and the technology itself, it's from, I think it's been around at least 30, 40 years or something. But basically, they used to have this big box and you would hook it up to a computer and then you'd measure your electrical signals and it would tell you about your current state, your current emotions, your chakras even. But then it would go into past lives and relationships and all that. And I'm like, how does this little box know that? I mean, back then for me, I just thought this is magic, you know? I mean, we call magic things that we don't understand. So I love that this research is happening because I feel like in some sense we've had this technology for ages. We're just starting to now understand what we can really do with that. Phil, do you have something you want to say on that?
Well, remember, when we're interfacing with technology, we're interfacing with consciousness also.
Mm.
And it's interesting, and you have to forgive me for getting really emotional, but it's true. Lately, ever since I got back from LA, I got back the day of the riots began. Not to get into that, but it seems that the closer we get to the heart of the matter, the more my heart certainly begins to open. And I think one of the keys is that we invite trouble for ourselves or complications in our lives, that we don't allow our hearts to break, you know? That if we keep that sort of within us, we have to allow our hearts to break for this stuff to come out so we can see it, to deal with it. But and I love Shelley because the music bypasses that critical analytical, that cerebral mediation. Music goes right to the heart of the heart. Music just penetrates. It doesn't even have to deal with barriers, self-created barriers. And Ruben, I didn't know a lot about Ruben before this conference, but believe me, Ruben, I'm catching up. And isn't it interesting that a lot of your life has been given to giving voice to characters? And that still seems to be your contract here, is to give voice, maybe to a different brand or a different class of characters, which I think is really, really interesting. But I want to mention something about the AI and the TM. I followed up. Now, first you're going to hear this and go, really? But there's a great lesson here to unpack. I followed up with the TM, with the meditators in those cities, with the crime rates. Well, guess what? The crime rate didn't go down, but there's good news with it. The crime rate went up, but less people reported it. Here's the thing and the magic lesson of this. And by the way, Eesha, with you, it happens more than anybody that I've ever known. As you're speaking, I hear more what you're saying, not from the actual words, but I'm hearing more, feeling more what you're saying, which is really, really interesting because I think it's the emotional body that really forms the framework for it. But the crime rate went up, but less people reported it. So let's say you got mugged and you're about to call up the police, but you caught the wave. You caught the peace wave. And you said, no, wait a minute, wait. Maybe I shouldn't call the police. Maybe they were in pain. Maybe he needed money for an operation for his mother or his grandmother or something like that. And less people reported it. But there's a great lesson to be learned. If you weren't tuned, if you didn't have those frequency receivers for peace and love and compassion and mercy, then it actually enabled more criminal activity to take place. But if you were tuned, it's what you're tuned to that you're going to respond to. And I'll leave you with this for now. What I find really interesting is, that we've gone through many, many previous race cycles, pre-ancient civilizations, risen and fallen. There's been many times in our race's history and evolution where we've got to the AI point. Who's not to say that we are the product of AI in previous race cycles?
Mm.
We've gone through, and now we're at the point where we're recreating the AI who eventually are going to recreate us. And then in another race cycle, we're going to create the AI. It's going to have the same flaws that we do as humans until we finally heal all this miasmic content and everything like that. But isn't it an interesting theory that instead of us generating AI and AI coming from us, what if we in a previous race cycle were the product? We see where AI might be coming, and transhumanism and that kind of stuff, where AI might be the dominant race on the planet, the dominant conscious on the planet. And in turn, they will create a new race of humanity, flesh and blood. It'll go back and forth and back and forth. And like Ruben alluded to, chicken and the egg. Who knows what came first? Who really cares at this point? We're here and we deal with the present. moment that to take that power back. But isn't it interesting that we're coming into a time where we're really looking at more possibilities? Again, I'm always going to come back to, and when I talk about the indigos later, fact is, when you understand more about the indigos, you're going to understand more about our history. It's all tied up. The history of our race, the galactic history, the process of ascension, it's all tied up and it's all being, like, I hate to use that, unpacked now, but I'm a big fan of these peace vigils around the world. Jimmy Twyman, good friends with him. But isn't it interesting? I feel unless we've really cleared ourselves of any remaining karmic miasmic content, unless the intention is really pure and consistent and persistent, what we haven't healed, we're going to be pumping into the planetary grids. So we've got to really take responsibility more than ever now for our thoughts, because Aisha and we've all alluded to the fact that it's happening faster and faster. Our thoughts are manifesting more quickly. So we really got to be more responsible and remember all those old lessons that thoughts are things, and everything that we think, every thought, even thoughts we consider inconsequential or trivial, they're going to manifest.
I love that, Phil. And I think you've put a nice little pretty bow on everything that we've just discussed, which brings it back to our role as conscious human beings. We're talking about contact and consciousness and how to make this contact. And you've just brought it back home to the simplest things that we can do. We can watch our thoughts. We can be mindful of our own energy. And when we put our energy into the field, that is going to create the reality that we see. And I think that puts us in a nice ground to just go around one more time with some closing comments from everyone about contact and consciousness and what message you have for humanity as we wrap up this panel today. Shelley, if you'd like to go first.
Thank you so much, Eesha, for calling us all together here today. And thank you, Phil. I appreciate you and I appreciate that so much. It really is about the simplicity that lives in our own hearts and coming to know that. I think so many people, barge through this life never even really feeling or allowing themselves to feel who they are and what's really going on. So it really is about doing the inner work, spending time within, and uh, and very often that's very simple. And in our community, I think there's a responsibility to speak to people from our right brains and our hearts at least as much as we speak to them from our left brains. In this community, there's a lot of top level scientists and AI experts, and I love them all. They're all wonderful. Sometimes when the conversation is so very left-brained, it leaves people feeling like it's an inaccessible conversation, or how would they ever take what they just heard and apply it into their own life? And so it's a great responsibility, I think, to dial it all back, no matter how intellectually brilliant you may be, and make people feel something in that moment, so that maybe the next time they step outside, they see the shape of the tree and the color of the sky, and they realize that they have a heart that beats inside of them and that they are alive in this moment. And from that perspective, have choices to make. So with that, I just inspire everyone to do that inner work and know that we can carve the future for us, where we as sovereign beings are the future of humanity. I think that's what we want.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Eesha, before we make this round, I have another session coming up at 6, so I need to jump out just a moment early.
That's
so I can
okay.
reset the studio.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely. It's been so good having you on. Thank you so much, Shelley. You always bring so much light and wisdom. We love having you on our events.
Thank you, Eesha. Likewise, I reflect that back to you, Phil, and your beautiful heart.
And I love the connections that's happening between people at the moment. I'm seeing like the chat between Ruben and Shelley and the music. And so I'm sure after this event, you guys will all connect with each other as well, which is really beautiful. Yeah. Phil, would you like to come in with your final comments as we close up the panel today?
Just it's wonderful. I think we're really beginning to learn the true meaning of freedom, the true meaning of love. Um, it was just wonderful being here on the panel with you all. I think, in Rudolf Steiner said, in moments of grace, we remember, and we're all beginning to remember. And in that remembrance, grace will come. And there's nothing more powerful than it's the great mystery of love, forgiveness, and gratitude for all the gifts of spirit. And I'm just really grateful to have been asked to be part of this event, which I think is very important at this moment where time stands still, that we've given the opportunity to take stock of ourselves and know where we stand in this great, vast cosmic order, that there's a place for all of us. The table is set and we're invited to the dance. And now it's ladies' choice, right?
I love that. Thank you, Phil. It's been so amazing having you on this panel.
Oh,
You're one of the few speakers that I actually haven't interviewed yet on the podcast, which we should change that. But it's always nice getting to know new speakers and bringing the fresh perspectives in as well. Ruben, final
yeah.
comments?
Yeah, just to sort of go off what everybody's saying, the famous saying, if a tree falls down in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? And through my research and understanding, it doesn't, because sound waves have to be heard in order for them to exist. The whole double slit experiment, the viewing, the collapsing of the wave, all of these different things are happening here. And ultimately, it's about relationship. And we are, I think, coming to the realization that us individuals navigating this soup of consciousness of reality is and how we exist in it all is really how we relate with other things in our environment. And the more we learn that as a species, and the more we can use grace, as Phil was saying, and understand that we're not alone on this journey, and we're constantly in this push-pull polarity reality. And the more what we put out is what we get back, and the more we're conscious and aware of how we are navigating this world and doing it with grace and love and ease and acceptance and non-judgment and all of these teachings that we've been learning through our spiritual journeys, then this world will bring back to us as I call it, or the ETs that I've interviewed call it, RI, reflective intelligence. And the more we can feed it, as you were saying, Eesha, the more we can feed it the UFO story, the more we can feed it uh, um, uh, the things that we are learning and we know are true to our hearts, then it will reflect back, as well as everybody else, and everything in our environment reflects back to us the true nature of who we want to be and who we desire to be. And I think that's the journey we're all on right now.
I love that. Thank you so much, Ruben. It's been a fantastic panel. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ruben. Also, thanks to Shelley, Neil, and Alan for being a part of this. And, one of the reasons we did have this event in the solstice is because we know every time we have this conversation, we're putting more of that energy, more of that vision into the collective consciousness. So I'm just deeply grateful to each and every one of you for showing up and being a part of this amazing co-creation for this summit. Thank you, guys.
Thank
And
you.
to our beautiful viewers and listeners, we're going to take 10. We have an incredible lineup of guests coming up. We've got a short break now, and then we've got Ray Hernandez, we've got Neil Gore, and we've got Phil coming back on to do their presentations as well. We'll see you all soon.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Eesha, and all the panel speakers, Shelley, Phil, Ruben, Neil, Alan, for that thought-provoking conversation. It's very clear that the work of reframing and really understanding the far reaches of what consciousness is and its intersection with contact is not only ongoing, but deeply multidimensional and interdimensional in scope. So I hope you guys have really, really enjoyed this session today. My mind is it's constantly being blown. I do find it really exciting that we are having these conversations while we're at this this in-between stage where there is already proof and evidence of human ability to connect, via telepathy, as Shelley had described, meditation. And really, it's a matter of sharing this awareness to the masses in a way that is digestible because of how we've been conditioned to operate in life. And especially now with AI in our lives, which clearly is and could be a really, really amazing tool for raising humanity's consciousness, or depending on what we feed it, it could also potentially bring about certain downfalls, depending on how much responsibility that we take for our own consciousness. And I think that's really the most important thing, responsibility. So I am excited to introduce our next speaker, because he brings about a unique lens on vibrational systems, sacred geometry, and multidimensional frameworks that help us better understand the architecture of consciousness and how it may interact with what we would often call the unseen. So he is an international speaker and acknowledged worldwide as one of the foremost teachers of advanced healing systems like language, sacred geometry, the Magdalene mysteries, the continuing sage of the Indigos, the structure of space, time, ET contact, the art and science of dimensional ascension, and an ever expanding repertoire of diverse and fascinating subjects. Phil is the founder of MOST, Maximum Optimization Systems Technologies, and its legacy program, also abbreviated as MOST, but for Maximum Optimization Success Training, as well as the Results Orientated Seminar Experience, ROSE. So Phil, he has spoken at the United Nations and is co-author of the best-selling book, The Kabbalah Code. He was featured in a critically acclaimed film, The Indigo Evolution, and his CD, The Song of Indra, has earned its iconic status in the new age music genre. So Phil is clearly a rock star, as you have already seen, and today he will be weaving together sacred geometry, light language, and cosmic wisdom to activate higher consciousness with deep insights into the Indigo Children, Magdalene series, and everything that he has. He offers an inspiring journey, inspired through ancient knowledge and future potential. I don't know how much more my cells can buzz and vibrate and how much more my human mind can take, but it's ready for more. Let's do this. Phil Groover.
Wow, that was quite an introduction. I wrote that actually. You think it was a little too much?
Well, I wish you didn't say that, So now everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Oh, and yet I am so humble at my core. And yet I wrote this just amazing bio, but it's all true, and the thing is, I'm not so different than anyone else. I mean, I've had wonderful teachers, wonderful mentors. Of course, I've had my near-death experiences. I've even had a couple of near-life experiences, And there was this car accident when I was 6 years old that uh, there was a walk-in. Well, we would understand now is a walk-in or a soul braid. But today I'd like to, and so I've been very, very fortunate. And I've been a good student also, and I take really good notes. But I'm really happy and I'm honored and I'm privileged to have been invited to share here. So we're going to talk about the indigos. I like talking about the indigos because one thing I want to get straight at the beginning is that I believe anyone who's watching this broadcast, or anyone who will be watching this broadcast, is what we would group as the Indigos. Whether you want to call us Indigos, psychic children, super psychic children, mystic, magical, mythic children, children of the Blue Ray Kachina, sons and daughters of God, B'nai Or, B'nai Elohim, Melchizedek, you know, the meek shall inherit the earth. You know, there's no direct translation of the word meek in the Proto-Aramaic Canaanite Hebrew language. Meek, I believe, is an acronym. Me ek Melchizedek. The Melchizedeks will inherit the earth. The earth is our legacy. The earth is our inheritance. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. There's a lot to talk about. But the wonderful thing is, when you talk about the Indigo children, you cannot, and it's not just the children, they got all they were in the spotlight, of course, in the in these most recent decades. And yes, the children got all the attention because it's their life force, their pure life force that made these indigo. There's a lot of indigo in their auras. And that's why they were called the Indigo children. Well, there's a reason they had all that indigo in their aura, because Eesha will come to understand that each of our DNA strands, each double helix, is programmed to process one dimension of consciousness. Each DNA strand, each double helix is programmed to process, allows that dimension of consciousness, that level of that frequency of awareness to embody. And so since all indigos, including everyone out there, all of you, we're birthed in pretty much almost full soul embodied. We have a lot of that sixth strand working from birth. We're processing sixth dimensional frequency, which to the embodied human mind, to our visual systems, is translated as the color indigo. So in the 70s, a lot of psychics and clairvoyants, they began to notice a lot of indigo in the auras, especially of children. Why children? Again, because it's their youthfulness, their life force that made the colors more visible. And even to have those levels of clairvoyance, these psychics and clairvoyants had to have their human senses increased, especially their sixth and seventh senses that we call in the old angelic language the autoria and the tristet, inner video and inner audio. So when you understand more about the indigos, we understand more about ourselves. You cannot seriously talk about the indigos without discussing the process of ascension, why we're here, humanity's original creation contract. The indigos is a good jumping off point because everything ties into the indigos. The history of the angelic human race, the history, galactic history, whatever you want to call it, consciousness, you can't get around talking about all these things, especially when you talk about the indigos. Indigos ties up everything. In truth, the indigos are not a new breed of consciousness manifesting on the planet. And just because, again, a lot of the attention started in the 70s, we've been coming in for hundreds of years. And the fact is, we always come in when there's an ascension cycle going on. And although I don't have time to unpack a lot of that about the ascension cycle, but we're involved on the back end of what's called a stellar activation cycle or a stellar bridge. This shift of the ages, this ascension cycle is a period of time when vortices are opening on the planet. Why? To receive the influx of higher interdimensional frequency coming from sets of interdimensional stargates, starting at about 87, 88, interestingly enough, timed with the harmonic convergence. A lot of us remember that. There we began a very precious alignment of interdimensional stargates, which are sets of black and white holes. Now in future talks and in the work that I do in the mentorship programs that I offer, we have to, by its very nature, its very essence, talk about what stargates are, what time portals are, what the dimensional lock system are, how the indigos play into this, what the actual mechanics of ascension are, what the physics and metaphysics of consciousness and creation are. But in truth, we've been coming in for a long time, and we always come in to facilitate the Earth's ascension. It's very important that we understand who we are so we can fulfill our contracts. You know, there are soul agreements. We're part of a living light network. The Indigos are a big part of that. And I've got to pace myself. And if I start talking a little fast, you can watch the replays and get to this. Most of us, though most of us don't remember, we made these choices long before we incarnated on the earth, and choices as to what life dramas that we would explore for our learning. You see, because all learning in the earthly realms, we know this, are ultimately endeavored or manifested. We manifest them to help us move ourselves and others, those we hold dear and even those we don't hold dear, along our path of evolution through dimensional ascension and the fulfillment of the promise of our DNA, our quote unquote legendary 12-strand DNA, although most of us have the potential to activate many, many more strands. So the framework for our life dramas was chosen from and by our higher stations of identity in order to move us forward upon this multidimensional path of evolution. But the thing is, once entering the earthly realms, the memory of these higher choices fades. Fades in large part because our genetic code is immature and it's not functioning as it was originally designed to do. And then we lose memory of ourselves. We lose memory of our relationship to God. We lose memory of our place in this vast cosmic order because most of our DNA is still dormant. And the functioning strands, the lower three strands going into the fourth strand, can't process higher dimensional experience through its limited structure and the fact that we still have lots of miasmic content. The result, the condensations, the manifestations of our free will choices that have violated the law of one, which really in a nutshell is about our continued evolution, cooperative evolution. Evolution cooperatively and co-creatively. This was the original design, which we'll talk about. So we remember these soul contracts so we can fulfill them. The Indigos are in truth representatives of a very old breed of consciousness that was once prevalent on the earth. And their reemergence today, especially in these last decades, they serve as harbingers of our race evolution, the way showers of things to come, because our race evolution is always moving us forward closer to its intended hidden destination. The evolutionary path of human consciousness is dimensional ascension. It's no secret anymore why we're here. We're here, and we'll talk about this in a minute, a little more detail, is to be guardians, the true humanity's objective, the reason for our original angelic humanity's sacred divine mission and commission, the divine commission of the angelic human race, which is only 560 some odd million years old. We're still young. 500 and let's say 950 billion years ago, and we're talking about cycles of 950 billion years. That 950 billion years ago, races of higher evolution, we call them the Brennau, others will call them the Rishi. These are beings of pure radiance, beings of pure waveform consciousness. They decided that life would be allowed to evolve cooperatively and co-creatively under the law of one, which is, of course, again, our evolution cooperatively and co-creatively. That's really what the law of one is about. And any thought, action, word, deed that does not honor working, respecting the sovereignty of all races, understanding that all life, all consciousness is sacred, that everything is consciousness. Everything is conscious, alive, awakened, aware, certainly within the dimensionalized band within which its conscious is stationed. And until we learn to cultivate and really master the attitudes and responsibilities of spiritual mastery, responsibility, impeccability, forgiveness, the great mystery of forgiveness, gratitude. Emoto showed us How even the thoughts, projecting thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude, the most beautiful of his crystals, are the ones, the most beautiful, the most complex geometrical designs. You need that complexity to hold various levels of dimensionalized frequency and consciousness. The reason that they are so beautiful and they hold and radiate such light is because thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude were projected to them or written on the vials. So just imagine that if we all become the living embodiments of these higher spiritual attitudes and responsibilities, every crystal and microcrystal in our bodies will be able to hold and radiate that light. That's when we become presence healers. We become like the Marys and the Magdalens. Jesus referred to them as having the effulgence of light. They healed by their presence alone as they walked the earth. They healed, they illuminated all the darkest areas of our lives just by their pure radiance. They were light bringers. So the indigos are, in truth, we are here by design and intention. We are the latest restatement of a very ancient covenant. Again, 950 billion years ago, the Rishi, the Brennau races decided that life would be allowed to evolve in our time matrix, which is, we believe, a 15-dimensional structure defined by 5 three-dimensional universes, harmonic universes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dimensions 1, 2, and 3, harmonic universe 1. Dimensions 4, 5, and 6, the soul or the angelic levels, harmonic universe 2. The oversoul of the archangelic levels, harmonic universe 3, dimensions 7, 8, and 9. The Christed Buddha Bodhisattva levels of harmonic universe 4, avatars, dimensions 10, 11, and 12. And even higher harmonic universe 5, the realms of the pure, radiant light beings, pure waveform consciousness. 15 dimensions, 5 harmonic universes, 3 dimensions to each harmonic universe. They decided that life would be allowed to evolve cooperatively and co-creatively within all the densities, within all the dimensions of the time matrix. And that original covenant was called the Emerald Covenant. Emerald Covenant. And there's no doubt about it now. People in the know that L. Frank Baum, the author of the original 14 Wizard of Oz books, 14, 14, that's an interesting number. 14 rare earth elements, 14 stations of the cross. And I will always believe that those 14 stations of spiritual development at the end of that process of those 14 stages was not to nail you to the cross, it was to be freed from the cross of space and time. We've been crucified on the cross of space and time for untold eons. All these stages of spiritual development are to get us off of the cross. And the truth is that every thought we have that is not in alignment with the law of one, and then this is the thing is, if you don't know the law, you're more liable to violate it. So it's very, very important that we understand these attitudes and responsibilities of spiritual mastery. We come in, a lot of us, with a lot of karma that we inherited, not just from previous generations. We can inherit from the future. We can learn from the future. We can learn from our past lives, quite possibly. But I believe more in the paradigm of simultaneous selves, which is probably another conversation. But realize this Emerald Covenant, this original co-creation agreement, 950 billion years ago. I wish Carl Sagan was still alive. I would love to have a conversation with him. 950 billion year time cycles. Talk about the great year. We're talking about 950 billion years cycles. And right now we're at that stage where the Great Mother has taken everything in from the previous 950 billion years. At that moment, at that solstice moment, at that moment betwixt the breathing in and the breathing out, where is hidden all the mysteries of the infinite garden, she's ready to breathe out. Take another breath, the breathing rhythm of the cosmos. I meant to say it in the panel, but our word kiss comes from the Scottish Gaelic Caith, which is why I believe that most angelic races have a lisp. but to them it's not lisping. To them, we talk funny. But the original meaning of the word kith, is to appear without disguise, to be transparent, to be genuine, to be authentic. Now, it doesn't say in the Gospels that Jesus kissed Mary on the mouth, although I'm sure they did. But what that really means is when you kiss someone on the mouth, when you kiss, you share the same breath. Ruach, the holy breath, the feminine aspect. You share the same breath, you share the same purpose. You share the same divine mission. And the divine commission of the original angelic human race that was created as a restatement of the Emerald Covenant, we believe around 516 million years ago, the sacred mission for which we were originally seated on earth, and the Indigos again are the last restatement of that original covenant, is to be guardians and custodians of the planetary stargates, to repair the stargates which were damaged during the quote-unquote original fall. And many of us have contracts. Many of us can actually manually or mentally direct the operation of interdimensional stargates, which is why we are coveted by many different races, those which have our best interests in mind and those that don't, those that operate from a digressive consciousness due to the corruption, the corroding of their DNA manifested by choices that they made many eons ago that didn't respect the Emerald Covenant, that didn't respect the sovereignty of the races that they were used in their hybridization experiments. They lost a lot of their DNA. They lost a lot of their access to their own Christos. They're trapped in time. So the divine commission of the original angelic human race, remember, the human race started as a race of immortal angelics, not on this planet, on a planet we call Tara, which is a fifth dimensional version of our Earth. There's also an eighth dimensional version of our Earth that many of us call Gaia. Now, Gaia can refer to the body of the planet or the feminine body of the planet, but technically, Gaia is the eighth dimensional version of Earth. Tara is a fifth dimensional version of Earth, the original birthplace of the angelic human race. And the sacred mission for which we were originally seated on the Earth is a commission called the Christos Realignment Mission. We're trying to anchor specific portions of our own DNA that resonate with the stargates. Most of us have DNA which resonates with the planetary stargates, the vortices, the portals. We need to learn to fulfill these divine commissions and contracts. We need to learn more about ourselves. And the fact is that we have this information. We know now, if we're willing to open ourselves and understand and welcome this information, these freedom teachings, which have been given to us, even though to a great degree, we're not spiritually mature enough to handle this. There is the faith and the trust that we're going to learn to be worthy of this great information. The actual processes of dimensional ascension, our true history. We're here to reset what's called Earth's 12th dimensional shield of Aramatena, the original Christos grid of the planet. The angelic human race was commissioned as guardians of the planetary Christos realignment mission. And our angelic human DNA that everyone I'm sure who's listening to this has, our DNA is designed to carry the correct arrangements of what's called the fire letters, the wave patterns, the very specific condensations or the very specific arrangements of scalar waves that are going to reset within the planetary grids, or what we call the planetary shields, the original Christos alignment of the planet. In other words, to make the planet Christed again. The angelic human race was commissioned as guardians of its planetary Christos realignment mission. And our angelic human DNA template is designed to correct or to carry the corrected arrangements of the fire letters that correspond to the core program. And this we're meant to do during these ascension cycle. We're also meant to serve as frequency transducers because the frequencies coming in through these stargates, these black and white hole vortices that act as conduits through which interdimensional frequency can come into the Earth from the higher harmonic universes. And that requires also that the planetary vortice is open to receive the energies. Now, that cycle commenced around 2000, from 2000 to 2017. Now we're on the back end, in which the planetary vortices, or the seven seals over the planetary vortices, opened to allow these frequency transmissions to come into the Earth. Now the gates have to close, and they have to close on time. The gate that has to close right now on time is the Russian-Ukrainian vortex. When you understand more about the technology of the stargates, especially the locations of the interdimensional stargates, or the planetary Templar, or the stargates on the planet that allow access to the interdimensional stargates. So whatever your agenda is, if it's for cooperative, co-creative evolution, or for one world dominion control agendas, you want control of the Earth stargates that allow access to the interdimensional stargates, especially during these time cycles. So we're here by design. We're here, we've asked to come, as we always do during these ascension cycles, to fulfill our part of a much grander evolutionary mission, which is our original divine purpose, which is to be in the original purpose of the angelic human race. Our creation was to be guardians and custodians of the planetary stargates, or the Templar, also to be healers, to be way showers. So when we come to know ourselves better, we're going to understand the indigos and what our existence, what our presence on the planet implies for the transformation of our race. Our search, our continuing search to understand the truth of the indigos. A lot of people think the indigos, our time has come and went. It's yesterday's news. But no, it's more pertinent and profound and significant that we understand the truth of the indigos now more than ever, especially seeing what's happening on the planet nowadays. Our search, our continuing search to understand the saga of the indigo children it will lead us inexorably to understanding our long forgotten past. And far beyond these contemporary paradigms of psychology, even spirituality, science, and history, it's going to lead us into the exploration of other worlds of galactic history, because it's from other worlds that the indigos come. So comprehending the nature of the indigos is comprehending the nature of human existence itself. And it requires, first and foremost, the acknowledgement of the truth of multidimensional reality structure. Okay? It's very important. The indigos are here now. And with us, we bring with us the implied message of our race's true evolutionary cycle. Our race, the Turanusium, was created 560 million years ago in harmonic universe 2, dimensions 4, 5, and 6, pretty much in fifth dimension, which is a semi-etheric physical matter system. And we were seeded on Earth multiple times by our elder races. There are founders races and elder races, our direct ancestors. Our evolutionary blueprint was that of the 12-strand, what we call the diamond sun DNA. And our long-term evolutionary goal, and what the indigos are here to help us fulfill, is to assemble and activate our DNA for progressive transmutational ascension within an eternal body. The angelic human, remember, was an immortal, eternal creation. And the Turanusium human race was seated on Earth in the form of the original 12 tribes. Not a lot of time to get into it now, but realize that our race has experienced a lot of genetic digression through tampering from visitors from other worlds. But the contemporary indigo children, and I'm including all of us within that, we're hybrids of an elder race. If you want to get specific, we're hybrids of a seventh root race. There were root races, cloister races. Rudolf Steiner has a lot of that information. So do we. The original 12 tribes encompass 7 root races and 5 what we call cloister races. Each root race evolved one of the diamond sun DNA strands. The cloister races, of which the indigos are the latest restatement, have kept the potentials of DNA strands 7 through 12 at least alive within the human gene pool. Presently, we're in the final days of the Aryan root race cycle, the 5th root race cycle, and we represent the representatives of the 6th and 7th, the final root races and cloister races manifesting on the planet to finally fulfill the potentials held within us as individuals and erased through our DNA. Modern humans, indigos are part of a modern day hybridization experiment to reverse mutate the human gene code and restore this divine potential within the full Earth human lineage. And this plan has always been and continues to be orchestrated by members of the elder races of higher evolution. We descend directly from the Lyran Syrian Anuhazi. It's a feline hominid. The Orifeme is the seed race from which the human race derives its DNA coding from. We have a long and complex history, but it's not so complex and complicated when you just start studying this. It's like anything that you learn or relearn or remember or re-remember. It takes some dedication. It takes patience with ourselves because it's a language that a lot of us, certainly in this earthly incarnation, are not familiar with. We try to create these bridging languages and lexicons so we can understand the true nature of our experience. Remember, like I said before, we're only beginning to understand and really appreciate the true meaning of freedom. We're born into bondage. We're born phase locked into biological phase lock through our DNA, but we're learning now through these freedom teachings. And we're not, when I say we're not the only ones that have possession of this information. Actually, this information is encoded within all of us, and we have it within all of us to access this information. But if you want to access it cleanly, the cellular structure has to be cleared of all toxic residue, and we're constantly being assaulted by toxins in our environment and our lifestyles. We have to deal with the shadow, which is a concept not really clearly understood by most. We have to understand the true nature of karma and the creation of karma, the condition of karma that's manifested as what we call miasms, the crystallizations of our disharmonic thoughts, thoughts that aren't in harmony with the law of one, which are not in harmony with co-creation, co-creative evolution, and respecting the sovereignty of all races. Now, you can say, well, why don't the higher evolution come and heal everything? You got to remember that the prime directive of the higher evolution is not to interfere or compromise our free will choices. Above all, the sovereignty of our free will has to be respected. The higher evolution knows this, even if it knows that we're acting in ways which are going to compromise the fulfillment of our divine commissions. They have to allow us the freedom and the free will to make these mistakes, hoping that we're going to get it. Hopefully that after eons and eons and eons, we have the greatest chance we've ever had now. Of course, all this is happening in simultaneous time. We're having difficulty even navigating one timeline. Imagine multidimensional consciousness and multidimensional awareness, where you can focus yourself in multiple timelines simultaneously. It's hard for our minds to even wrap ourselves around these concepts now. But this plan for us, and remember, this plan for us is being made by us. It's not being made by any consciousness outside of ourselves. It is us, our higher stations of identity. We exist right now in simultaneous timelines and simultaneous harmonic universes, synchronistically timed. That it's us, it's the higher stations of our own personal multidimensional identity that are trying to get us to open up to the truth of who we really are, why we're here, what we're meant to do. And we have that information now, and we're willing to share it with all those who are true seekers after the truth. Indigos are in truth ET future race hybrids. We are hybrids. We are not less. We don't operate from non-human intelligence. We are actually more human than humans. We retain and preserve more of our true humanity because the true human, angelic human race, we have that coding, that original coding within our DNA. We are ET, we are the ETs, we are ET future race hybrids and more fully human than most quote unquote humans. We need to understand that the contemporary human lineage began 516 million years ago with the Turanusian race. Now, other stellar races existed for many billions of years before this experiment, this Turanusian experiment began, but our lineage, again, of which the Indigos are the latest restatement, was to allow, we were created to allow, excuse me, we were created to allow, I just get weepy with this. We were created to allow a new evolutionary option for the ancient stellar races that had experienced genetic digression and could no longer complete transmutative dimensional ascension out of the time matrix. Hominid life in our time matrix actually began in the pre-matter systems of harmonic universe 4, the Lyran star system, the cradle of Lyra. The cradle of Lyra life was seeded into this time matrix by one primary ultra-terrestrial consciousness collective called the Melchizedek family. It's a long, long, complex history, but it's a history of triumphs, of tragedies, you know, and it's important to understand what our purpose is, what our true heritage is. We need to understand that there are primary levels of indigo children. So remember, genetically, we are defined as ET human hybrids. We come from the future. I believe, and we believe that we don't come from a progression from the past, from past lives, although we have simultaneous incarnations that exist in past space-time coordinates, past relatively speaking, but we come from the future. We're here to bridge Earth's past and Earth's future. We qualify as ET because our genetic code, I'm speaking of the Indigos, is that of the original Orifeme race. That's Lyran Anuhazi, that's the feline hominids, and Syrian Azurites, that's Syrian blues from Sirius B, and many other stellar genetic lines. The seed race, the Orifeme, is the seed race through which the original Turanusian human lineage was created. Indigos are ancient Orifeme. And the reason I mention these words is because just mentioning these terms, Orifeme, Turanusium, Aramitena, they're going to resonate with our heartstrings. They're going to resonate with the DNA that's resonating, that's in resonance with the interdimensional stargates, our DNA, to get us to remember. It's good using this terminology and this language. Where indigos are ancient Orifeme elder race stellar humans. And we incarnate now as part of a contemporary human hybridization program, evolutionary experiment. We're considered a future race because we enter fetal integration with aspects of the 5th and 6th DNA strands activated. And that's a characteristic of the Melchizedek and what's called the Uniceti cloister human lines that exist in the future time continua of harmonic universe 2. We're born through what's called birthing contracts, Palladorian birthing contracts. We inherit genetic distortions from our Earth parents, and we need assistance. Even though we're here to provide assistance, we ourselves need assistance in reverse mutating the parental DNA imprint if we're going to fulfill our potentials. Now, I will end with types and purposes of the indigo children. There are three primary types of indigo children, each with a different version of the Orifeme genetic code, and each serving a different purpose within this present evolutionary experiment. Now, there's the indigo recessive type 3s. They're the most common type of indigo child on Earth. The thing about the indigo recessive type 3s, there's a lot we can talk about that, but realize that indigo type 3s are part of an Orifeme Nephilim hybridization program through which the Nephilim are being provided, the fallen angelics are provided, the Nephilim Anunnaki are provided with a new race line to evolve in order to clear the distortions in their DNA so their codes of ascension can be regained. Type 3 indigos are literal incarnations of two different avatars in one body. An Orifeme, an elder race avatar, overseeing a Nephilim avatar, spirit essence. You know where I'm going with this? That the core of their life purpose is to mend the extremes of polarity. Okay? So, and to heal the DNA distortion within the Nephilim, Anunnaki, and the human genetic lines. This is why the indigo 3 recessives, we call them, have the most extremes in polarity issues of all the indigos. Manic depression, polarity, bipolarism. They are highly intelligent, mathematically inclined, athletic. The athleticism and their finely chiseled features are mainly the result of their Anunnaki heritage. But the indigo type 3s are the ones that have the most difficulty with emotional bonding issues. It may seem they have an angel and a devil in one body. And there's really a lot to say about that. The type 3 children especially can seem like the children from hell. And then they may do a complete turnaround into nearly angelic loving behavior. It seems, at times it seems as if these indigo, especially the children, have an evil twin that emerges, that there's a dark side of their personality that even though it's capable of angelic loving behavior, it's also capable of extreme thoughtlessness and cruelty. This is there's a lot to talk about this, and maybe I will do start having webinars on the indigo phenomenon, because it's important that we understand more about them than ever before. The type 3s, the personalities and these conflicts between the light and dark within them often lead to self-destructive behaviors, substance addiction, as the identity tries to numb itself from these feelings of internal conflict and apprehension. Okay? When dealing with the type 3 indigos, children and adults, even some of us that are older, it's best to realize that two different beings are literally inhabiting one body and that they frequently disagree. Tough love, clearly defined boundaries are often necessary with the type 3s. Okay, that's very, very important. I want to talk now about the type 2s. We call it the indigo dominant type 2s. They're also part of an Orifeme human hybridization program through which that 12-strand, what we call the diamond sun, human DNA, is being reinstated within the Earth human genetic lines. The Christ period, that wasn't accomplished. That wasn't fulfilled. It's up to us now to complete that mission of reinstating that 12-strand diamond sun DNA matrix to all Earth human genetic lines. And I believe enough of us have incarnated now, passed through the halls of Amenti, leaving imprints of our DNA that all incoming souls now and all those on the Earth now have that same genetic potential and potential for ascension that originally only the indigo races have. Now, the type 2 indigos have what we call an Orifeme 24 double diamond strand DNA matrix. They have a maximum of 24 to 30 ascension codes in which their avatar Christed identities can embody. And even their consciousness may expand to what's called the Rishik levels, dimensions 13 and 14 and 15. Type 2 indigos are one Orifeme avatar in one body. So they don't display the extremes in polarity and balance that are often displayed by type 3 indigos. The core of their life purpose and many of our life purposes, I believe personally, I'm an indigo type 2 from Lyra Avion or Avalon, Neil. The core of our life purpose is to assist in raising consciousness within the Earth human lineage, building a critical mass of that diamond sun DNA matrix within the human gene pool, also to assist the type 1 indigos in holding and running higher dimensional frequency. Now, the type 2 indigo dominants, as we were talking about before, they are the ones that exhibit advanced psychic development, almost from birth. They may have open interdimensional contact from birth throughout life. They are gifted in linguistic translation. No secret to that. Remember, the first languages that are being channeled now are Pleiadian Syrian languages. Why? Because they're fifth, sixth dimensional languages that relate to the fifth and sixth DNA strands. The first languages we're going to hear channeled, that we're channeling, are the ones that are closest to us genetically. And speaking about Neil, who's coming on next. Even I love listening to Neil talk. When he talks, he raps. I love it. It's Neil, it's the song. It's the music of the Song of the Spheres. I love him so much. I love all of you so much. Again, it's really all about embodying the greater, the higher love. Now, they're gifted in linguistic translation, the arts, music, diplomacy, but the indigo type 2s can become excessively introverted. Why? Due to fear of the Earth's toxic environment. But we're the most personable, can't you tell, of the 3 indigo types, and we enjoy human bonding, especially if it's sheltered and we need to feel protected. Now, the indigo composite type 1s. The type 1s are the rarest on the planet. Some of us listening may be these type 1s. They're part of the Orifeme human hybridization program also. They're here to help accelerate and expedite the diamond sun matrix being in the gene pool. Now, type 1s, indigos, have what's called an emerald order Orifeme 48 strand potential emerald sun DNA matrix, which gives them the maximum potential for 30 to 40 ascension codes in which the avatar identity may embody, and the consciousness, even in this lifetime, may expand into the ascended masters of the yana levels. But here's the thing with the type 1 indigos. Type 1 indigos always incarnate through walk-in agreements. Now, my walk-in may have taken place later in life, but because I got hit by that car when I was 6 years old, it came in early. Now, in that car crash, the car was going about 60 miles an hour, they estimate, and it hit something that was direct intervention. Now, the angels, very rarely will they intervene directly, mainly because they can't exist in this density for very long. It's like us going free diving underwater. The pressure would kill them. But if it's necessary to come in for a soul braid or to save the life of someone that has that kind of contract, a type 1 or type 2 contract, they always come in through walk-in agreements, which we call soul braids, where a smaller soul essence from their own oversoul collective begins the incarnation. Why? To raise the frequency of the body. And once the DNA is sufficiently activated, the original soul walks out into ascension, and the avatar identity walks in, transfers its spirit essence into the body to awaken within the body and fulfill its world service contract. Now, that walk-in usually occurs at age 12 or 22, in my case, 6 years old, but it must occur by the age of 33. Type 1 indigos, in closing, have advanced psychic telepathic activities and usually and occasionally direct manifestation abilities, usually have direct physical contact with the elder races in childhood, which I'm beginning to remember, and have a core life purpose. to fulfill advanced planetary grid work. Isn't it amazing when you hear a child? You hear most children, you think they should be concerned with what's the next game or the next slice of pizza or this or that. But to have a small child talk about their core purpose in life is helping heal the planet, you got to know that there's something going on here. They are here, their core life purpose, although they're not able to really speak it, voice it when they're younger. They just don't have the language yet. And this is why sometimes they're so frustrated. Do you ever see the faces of some of these children? They're so frustrated because they can't articulate it yet. But they're sensitive to everything, and they often remain detached from human issues to focus on their service contract, but they hold great love, the greatest, highest love for all life forms on this planet. And that means all life forms. We're going to really be on the road to mastership when we understand that everything is alive, everything is awake, everything is aware to the level that we, at least that they're aware of. And again, we're really beginning to remember. And events like this, Eesha and I had the greatest admiration for what you're doing. I know it isn't easy putting this stuff together. Ask Neil. I don't know how you do it and remaining sane. Well, maybe maybe that's the reason you're not. Who knows? We're all crazy. We're all in this together. We're all really understanding not just how we're all related, what unites us, why we're on this evolutionary path of human consciousness to re-experience oneness. And the funny thing is, when we get to the oneness again, we project ourselves out into manifestation as God's holy sparks and fragments of the fullness of consciousness, again to remember and remember ourselves into the oneness. This is the game. This is the dance. This is the eternal dance of consciousness. This is the breathing rhythm of the consciousness. And just like today, or at the times of the solstice, in that moment betwixt the breathing in, the Essene gospel of peace, in that moment betwixt the breathing in and the breathing out, is hidden all the mysteries of the infinite of infinity. So if you want to know more about me or the work I do, you can contact me, philgruber153 at hotmail.com. I'm not hard to find. I offer mentorship programs one-on-one. You don't see that a lot anymore. We have our group work, but we also offer mentorships, short-term, long-term mentorships, which include one-on-one private study, which is really a very special relationship. So again, I want to thank Eesha. I want to thank all of our co-hosts here. I want to, Andrea, I don't know if you were wanting to ask me questions. I guess all you have to do is ask me that first question, and then there I go for the next 55 minutes. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of you who are on the panel. I want to thank again for the opportunity to share what's really in my heart and help me to fulfill my core life purpose, which is really to help everybody understand our true divine mission and commission, why we're here, who we really are, and what really unites us. So again, Eesha, Andrea, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart
Thank
for
you,
this opportunity.
Phil. That was
Thank you.
amazing. I know Neil's gonna jump on in a second. I have one question for you, and that is where on earth did you learn all of that? Because the way that you have broken down the dimensions, the DNA, the indigo children, your level of knowledge is through the roof.
I learned everything telepathically from Alan Steinfield. He thinks I was his mentor. He, in truth, is my no. The truth is my experience. Okay, the walk-in was a big piece of it, in which I got a lot of big pieces of the bigger story. But like a lot of us, I've been a dedicated student of the mysteries. I've had wonderful mentors. My first wife was a great mentor. I've had membership in a couple of magical fraternities in my life. But basically, I've been a more or less dedicated student of the mysteries, and I try my best. And I have nothing wrong with trying. I think trying is okay. Actually, the original meaning of try is the triunity of using past, present, and future, and all these triunities in order to do the best we can. Trying is putting energy in an effort to accomplish something. So even though it may have fallen into disuse and misuse, I think trying is doing. And I think what we're doing here is really trying to bring out the best in everyone. And for people, sometimes it's uncomfortable to move out of a comfort zone to realize that we really can be free. We can be free of these mortal coils. We can accomplish things that we had relegated to the realms of mystery and myth and fairy tales. Again, we are the ones that we were waiting for, and what's expected of us is just to really be open and our hearts open to fulfill what we were originally created to do and what we've come once again to this planet to do.
Beautiful, Phil. I really enjoyed your presentation. I can see that you hold such a wealth of knowledge. We absolutely have to have you on the podcast as well.
I think so.
We'd love to have you back. So thank you so
Thank you
much,
so
Phil, for
much.
joining us on the summit. It's been
Thank you.
amazing.
Well,
Thank you so
it's
much,
been an
Phil.
honor and a privilege. Thank you very much. Loved it.
Beautiful. So
Thanks.
our next speaker brings over 4 decades of investigation into the nature of consciousness and sparked by face-to-face contact experience with non-human intelligence. Oh, I read the wrong bio. Sorry, Neil. We're now shifting into a macro level exploration of galactic origins, vibrational systems, and multi-dimensional structure. Our next guest is Neil Gore. Neil is the host of Portal to Ascension. You probably know him from there. He's a historian, consciousness researcher, and he has this incredible wisdom and knowledge. We have had Neil on the First Contact show before, if you've seen it. He has a wealth of knowledge around Glastonbury, sacred sites, but also just general contact with non-human intelligences. And so Neil's session today is called Dimensions and the Galactic Family. And Neil's going to walk us through the dimensional landscape and the construct of the matrix while exploring questions about the cosmic ancestors and the vibrational keys to contact. Welcome, Neil. Thank you for joining us again.
Thanks, Eesha. Thank you. When you said 4 decades, I was starting to reflect on my age. I was like, wait a second, have I been at that long?
That's our next speaker, Yossi.
I was like, that goes back to the day I was born. So I thought you were being like philosophical. Ever since he was born, he was.
Oh,
he
no,
was
you
in
can
this.
take that too, definitely. You're 4 decades and how many ever lifetimes you've got in this field, right?
All right. Well, I'm excited to be here. Thank you so much, Eesha, for inviting me. I really, truly appreciate it. And we're gonna jump into it
Yeah,
because we
go
have an
for
hour
it.
here. All right. So this presentation we're gonna do. I've kind of picked and choosed the parts of this presentation that we're gonna go through today, so that it could be fine tuned for the topic. And because this whole thing really is like a course. Really, this presentation can be done really slowly in over 3 to 4 hours. And I called it Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes. And just real quickly about who I am, I'm just going to be extremely quick with this because I want to get into the content here. Is I created an organization, skipping my whole history, but I created an organization called Portal to Ascension back in 2008. Been doing it full time since 2016. And here's the website, portaltoascension.org. Done well over 4,000 events at this point, worked with thousands of speakers, have an archive of every speaker I've worked with, and over 10,000 hours of presentations on our website. You can go to the upcoming events and take a look at what we do there. But pretty much every topic that we could think of to go deep into trying to figure out what's going on, from Moon, Mars anomalies, inner Earth, to the Mary Magdalene conference that Phil was a part of just a few weeks ago, the Saturn and Elohim, Truth Lifetime of Pythagoras. So it's a good resource for you. And I also have other events as well. And one other thing, Phil is going to be on this cruise. So if you guys are interested in joining us, mysteryschool@sea.com. Phil's going to be one of the speakers here. We're doing a 10-day cruise to Greece. So that's kind of the scope of what I do. And during this whole process, I woke up in 2001 to a lot of this awareness. Ancient history was my in. I was looking for the root of all religion. That's how I began. And as I was doing that, I went down the rabbit hole for many years, just kind of trying to piece together pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. And what I was trying to piece together mostly to start out at least, was what is the root of all religion? And as I started looking for the root of all religion, well, you can't help but look for the root of everything, because if you're looking for the root of religion, it's almost like saying the root of our connection to the divine, the root of where do we come from, right? And that took me down all these different pathways that, of course, eventually and very quickly led me to the whole concept of extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings, and the fact that maybe a lot of these religions talking about these beings visiting us weren't actually God in the essence of this all omnipresent energy, but could have actually been beings visiting us from the stars. And as this occurred, I started quickly realizing that there were two types of ancient origin stories when I was looking for origin stories in ancient scriptures. I found ones that I broke down into prehistory stories, history before history before the history books and history before Earth even existed, and then Earth history stories. So in these ancient scriptures, whether it was Egyptian scriptures, Sumerian scriptures, the Old Testament, the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, right? All these different ones seem to be in these two different categories. And as I said, before Earth, time, and space would be the prehistory stories. And here's an example for you, the prehistory example, and in science, right? And the metaphysics. So again, prehistory is before Earth was formed, maybe even before the universe was created or how the universe came about in the first place. In science, this one's pretty much well known. This is what's accepted mainstream scientifically globally. Cosmological models maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, the so-called cosmic egg, from which it expanded to its current state following the Big Bang. So yes, that is the Big Bang story, right? But just take a look here, compressed into infinite singularity. They called it the cosmic egg, even within science. And of course, the metaphysical understanding is the cosmic egg represents potentiality. It is the pre-creation held within the chaos, waiting to become the cosmos. This duality then set up a conflict found throughout world mythology, the duality of chaos, order, good, evil, light, dark, love, and hate. So these are the exact same thing here. And as I shared in the panel, we have quantum physics, scientific model, and we have metaphysics, the feminine, the masculine way of explaining things, the feminine way. The masculine way of explaining things are factual. This plus this equals this. The feminine metaphysical way of explaining things is the reason why, right? 1 + 1 = 2. And then the metaphysical component to that would be, why does 1 + 1 = 2? It would be almost like a poem, like a piece of art explaining that mathematical equation. So these are the two prehistory examples. And now we have galactic origin stories. And that sometimes you don't even know if because it's so artistically put together, whether it's really speaking about off planet, on planet, before the creation came about, because sometimes these stories talk about archetypal energies and beings, and when they're not even actually speaking about beings, but are personifying archetypal energies of the universe, such as light and dark and masculine, feminine. So, but then we have galactic origin stories, a combination of prehistory stories and Earth history. Humanity's journey from inception, creation, to its current linear experience on Earth, what it took for us to get to Earth right now and experience the third dimension. Here, though, you see a concept of a paradox, and we'll talk about paradoxes in a minute, but paradoxes are throughout the universe. The universe exists on a paradox. But the reason why this is a paradox is it introduces the concept of an origin when time is only a construct of a position in space relative to the sun, because all things are happening simultaneously. Not only in the quantum world, when us spiritual people say everything's happening at once, but technically you can get a telescope and you can look as far as you can into space through the telescope. And what are you doing? You're looking back in time. You're seeing all those elements, all those moments that have occurred throughout time, all through one lens now. So it's not even some pie in the sky kind of vision. We are literally doing that with our telescopes on Earth. We are looking at reality all happening simultaneously. Now we have a limited bandwidth of frequency of perception, but we're still able to do it with our limitations. So what is the universal paradox? The paradox, what is a paradox at first? It's when two things exist that seemingly should contradict each other and should not coexist, right? So there aren't, technically, there shouldn't be any paradoxes, because how can this, the opposite of something that goes against this thing, coexist? Well, here are just a few of them. One is the universe is infinite, but it's also finite. Outside our minds, our linear minds have to think that outside of one thing needs to be another. Outside this house is a city. Outside the city is a country, Earth, solar system, galaxy, universe. What's next? Right? Outside of something has to be something else. That's the way our mind works, right? And then even if we start looking at parallel universes and multiverses, well, now even within spirituality and science, we're saying that there are other bubble universes outside a universe. Okay, so now we even accepting on that level that we could be in a multiverse. So outside a universe is another universe. However, we perceive the universe as infinite, and we're perceiving the universe as infinitely expanding. I don't know if anybody got the memo, but back in the 90s and 80s, they said the universe was going to collapse on itself because after it expands, it's going to collapse. Now that's been changed because through over the last couple of decades, they've we've expanded our understanding of the universe, and it's actually exponentially increasing. It's not slowing down. At first, they thought it was slowing down to eventually go to a halt, and then it will collapse on itself. But now we are perceiving it as infinitely expanding into infinity. It's a paradox. Time exists and time doesn't exist. We are solid beings, like this computer is solid, this table is solid, this is solid. However, on the subatomic level, we can now prove that everything is not solid. All things are vibration. It's a paradox. The universe exists within a paradox. So now what we're going to do first is we're going to go over, before we get into galactic origins, we're going to go over dimensions and the mechanics of our galaxy. And you can see here, we're going to break down 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, 3. And you can see 1 dimension here is this straight line. And the reason why it's 1 dimension is there's only 1 point on the straight line. Okay. Now we have 2 dimensions. We have length and width. So now we got 2 dimensions, right? 2-dimensional space. And then what is 3 dimensions? 3 dimensions is length, width, and height. Simple as that. We have 3 dimensions, length, width, and height. But what is the 4th? We'll get to the 4th later, but take a moment here and just take a look at that little dot in the 3rd dimensional, in the 3 dimensions one, and we'll get back to that. So in this presentation, most of these slides are going to have a metaphysical understanding and a scientific understanding. And the way I look at it is that as we talk about both sides of creation, the light, dark, the feminine, the masculine, we're actually connecting both sides in the hemispheres of our brains. And I don't really feel like one is better than the other. Actually, I don't feel like that at all. But a lot of times in this world where we have one thing be so dominant, that what we do is we go to the other extreme to correct to try to balance out the extremity that we were on the other side. For example, being overly masculine, so then now the answer is to be overly feminine, but the truth is almost always somewhere in between. And so what needs to happen is an understanding and acceptance of that masculine way of explaining things. And again, this has nothing to do with gender. This is the archetypal energy of the universe. And then the creative, the feminine energy. So the physics and mathematics. What are dimensions? A dimension of space is defined by the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it. Therefore, a line has a dimension of 1 because only 1 coordinate is needed to specify a point on it. And now metaphysics, spirituality, and consciousness. It's a realm and or a frequency of experience that can be obtained through various forms of conscious awareness, soul contracts, karmic agreements, and more. So you see the difference here. Literally just a factual thing in the mathematics, that this is what it is, a point on this dimension. Now in spiritually and consciously, it's a realm of experience. I like to call it a realm of experience because I'm not too fond of utilizing hierarchical terms like higher dimensions, lower dimensions, because that's just a construct of our own understanding of hierarchy. Maybe it's not an understanding of what the grand scheme of what we truly are. I think maybe even that's a limitation. So the world as we know it has 3 dimensions, okay? Length, width, depth, and 1 dimension of time. That's the 4th dimension. And we'll talk a bit more. Is it the 4th dimension? What is that? So technically within physics, the 4th dimension is time-space, space-time. Physicists, mathematics, and spiritualists believe in possibility that many more dimensions exist. According to string theory, they believe there's at least 10. But there's all types of different dimensions, guys. It's been used so broadly. Maybe we need more definitive words for different types. For example, there's parallel dimensions, there's physical and spiritual dimensions, realms of energy, for example, realms of physicality. There's realms of no dimension, which is a dimension in itself. The void is a dimension. There's a dimension within a dimension as well. So it's important to realize that these concepts and titles may have been spiritually informed, but are also human constructs based on our perception and unique experience on Earth. And that is going back to the whole hierarchical thing, that we may be receiving some downloads to understand dimensions, but we also got to be kind of like frank with ourselves to the understanding that we have a limited perception of frequencies when we're trying to define what it is. And even those of us who are connecting to other realms and dimensions, who to say how fragmented we are from the ultimate source of what it all is, right? I got a theory that it's almost like standalone systems that are all part of the one, and each one of these even have their own kind of godhead or archangel or type of energy that represents as a representation of source. And so when we speak about these, just having your mind open to it being really much more than we can even fathom on Earth. So now I want to welcome you guys to the Milky Way galaxy. Our galaxy is speeding through space, and Earth is traveling through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. So we're going 25 miles per second closer to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And we're also traveling alongside our local cluster, 375 miles a second towards the Virgo cluster, which is an enormous collection of galaxies about 45 million light years away. So we're heading towards that as well. We're going to go through some of our galaxy dynamics here, what the Milky Way looks like. And you might have seen this, that there is a pattern in creation, right? The Fibonacci spiral, other types of equations, sacred geometry. There is a pattern to creation that is based on actual equations, where on some level, we're seeing not only the mathematics, but the harmonics of what creates us all. And the question is, are we looking at the code of what creates us? Are we seeing the geometry that represents the grand design of creation, right? And you can see here, the Milky Way galaxy is a Fibonacci spiral galaxy. There's other types of galaxies that aren't spiral galaxies like ours, but our galaxy shape is the most common. And then you have, of course, the circle all the way to the seed of life, all the way to the flower of life, that not only represents the way galaxies and nebula are created, right? These ancient geometries that have been on wall art for so many thousands of years, and Pythagoras loved so much, but it also represents mitosis. So as above, so below, how galaxies and universes, galaxies and nebula are created, and also how humans and all physical beings, all beings on this planet are created as well through mitosis, through cellular division, right? Isn't it very interesting that these ancient people had these symbols with, and everybody on this platform already knows that the ancients weren't as dumb as they try to make us think they are, right? That they definitely had some sort of awareness, but the awareness that they had is so next level. Look at this. They knew how mitosis worked inside the body. They knew how stars and galaxies are formed. Now we're still on the galaxy here. So this image that you're looking at, this line in the middle of this image, that is the flat plane of the Milky Way galaxy. The curvature up and down is the position of our solar system in our galaxy. So we are the curvature, and this is how we curve up and down, all the way around our galaxy. Because not only do our planets rotate around our sun, but we're also rotate around the central sun, the black hole in the center of the galaxy. And as we're doing that, we're doing the third thing. We're diving up above the galactic disk, below the galactic disk, above, below, above, below. Now, this is a good slide here to really bring home the topic of this conference, contact and consciousness. So this graph, and I said this also in the panel, how our solar system's position in our galaxy also represents an awakening. Whether or not you are waking up yourself or not, our galaxy, our solar system is in a position in the galaxy where all the energies around us are encouraging an awakening. And you can see here the trajectory of Earth. So let's go back around 13,000 years when the Sphinx has now been geologically studied to have existed through the erosion around the Sphinx, right? So chances are Egypt was up and running 13,000 years ago at the last golden age, the Satya Yuga, right? And that goes back all the way to 10,000 BCE, the constellation of Leo, right? And the whole component of the Sphinx having a lioness face and facing the constellation of Leo, because it was actually built around this time, kind of checks out with this. You can see the last time we dipped down happened to be at the end of the Younger Dryas period. The Younger Dryas period was when there was an asteroid and or a solar flare that affected the Earth. There was great floods, and every ancient civilization on the Earth that is old enough to have a documented case or mythology about it speaks about a great flood. How long ago was that great flood? Well, now we've been able to see through geological studies and so much more that there was a huge worldwide catastrophe 13,000 years ago. When was that? 10,000 BCE, when we fell through the galactic disk. Literally, we can track it scientifically now, and went on the underpass of our galaxy. And then for around 12,500 years, plus or minus, we've been going through this whole entire downward spiral over here. And now we are where? Boom. We get to the galactic disk once again. And around 2012, that was the whole understanding of us shifting into a new age, was us moving from the galactic disk and going through it, and now going on the upward path of it all, going into the higher consciousness, back into the evolution. So again, this is how our solar system travels, and it directly connects to our consciousness, directly connects to the experiences we're having. So not only does it connect like on that level where we're going up and down and through all types of energy fields affecting us as we do that, but even just the rotation in general of our solar system. Imagine our solar system being one planet, and our solar system rotating around the sun in the center of our galaxy, which is actually a black hole, right? As we're doing that, there's a lot of space to cover, and we get affected by all types of things. And here is a document from NASA, just kind of showing all the different things that our solar system has, well, not all of them, but some of the different things our solar system has experienced as we've traveled through a galaxy. And you can see here, first of all, let's go with the 30,000 years distance from the edge of our galaxy to the center of our galaxy. And Earth is also, interestingly enough, the same amount of years it takes us to go up and down in what I just showed you right here. That's the same distance in light years we are from the black hole in the center of the galaxy. These numbers are really interesting. So we have here the sun and planets, a new discovery. The sun and planets may have originated closer to the galaxy center and served outwards along its spiral arms. As the galaxy moves through the cosmos, its bow shock sends a deluge of cosmic rays raining down. What does that mean? So imagine the galaxy was at the top of a drum, a head of a drum, and then somebody had a mallet and was banging the drum. Now, the bow shock is the frequency and the vibration that goes underneath the skin of the drum by bombarding it. So imagine if you could see the vibrations going boom, 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 boom. Our galaxy operates in that way, as if it's a drum being hit from the top and a bow shock of cosmic rays are raining down. So when the Earth is below, we get affected by that bow shock. The solar system wobbles up and down 200 light years either side of the galaxy's disk. When it wobbles above, Earth may be exposed to more cosmic waves. This right here is metaphysically inspired. This right here is scientifically inspired. The science is backing up the fact that we go up and down 200 light years. They're giving us the years. So where it says 4,000 BCE, that's 200 light years down all the way. We're in between Sagittarius and Scorpio, right here, 8,000 AD, that's 200 light years above. And over here, passing through bright star-forming regions might have exposed Earth to hazardous radiation from supernova, perhaps causing mass extinctions. So what I'm doing now is I'm going over galactic weather. We talk about solar systematic weather all the time. People talking about climate change and all these things to do with that, not realizing that we have galactic weather that affects us on a deeper level. That we're passing through different parts of our universe that could actually affect the consciousness, life on Earth, um, the temperature, and so much more. And then here, passing through dark interstellar dust clouds could have altered Earth's climate, perhaps leading to episodes of global glaciation, right? Climate change from a position of us in the galaxy. So also just another interesting component is something they used to teach us. Well, when I was in school in the 80s and 90s, was that Earth was at the end of our galaxy, at the end of the spiral. But back then, we didn't have the technology to really see the galaxy as we can see it now. And interestingly enough, we are actually right about here. We are not at the outskirts. We're almost in the middle. So now we're going to go deeper into the Milky Way galaxy, to my favorite topic, the galactic core, the black hole in the center of the galaxy. There is a supermassive black hole that we're all rotating around. It's the mass of 4 million of our suns. And the constellation known as Sagittarius A is located in the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It lies in the direction of the Sagittarius constellation, near the border with Scorpius. It is the location of the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. And again, the black hole lies at a distance of about 26,000 light years from Earth. That number again. And the reason why they don't tell you the exact spot is because since it's a black hole, they cannot directly observe it. They can only observe the light being bent around it. And we see that Sagittarius constellation is right about where it's happening. And this is the article from Business Insider, also just backing up the fact that Earth is closer to the supermassive black hole than we thought. We originally thought we were at the end of the galaxy, but we're not. That's not the case. Now, we're jumping a little bit all over the place, but we're also on point at the same time because I'm talking about the galaxy and just going all over these different types of things that maybe you didn't know about the galaxy. So the next image you're going to see is, let's see how I'm going to set this up. So you might have heard as well, another thing that they taught us growing up was that Earth is on a collision course to Andromeda Galaxy. If you're in the chat room and you want to chime in, did you know this? Did they ever tell you this? That Earth is on a collision course with the Andromeda Galaxy. Fortunate for us, it's not going to be for a couple of billion years, I think, or at least hundreds of millions, if not a billion plus years. And maybe we've all ascended by then. But what they don't tell you is that Earth is already colliding with a galaxy, and it's called the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. And this Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy this is it right here. You're looking at the trajectory of it. Has been colliding with us for, I believe, over a billion years. And there is an anomaly when it comes to our solar system. One of the anomalies of our solar system is that we are lodged at a different angle. Like here's the sun, here's all the planets, and we're all in this flat plane, which is a whole other crazy rabbit hole to go down on how planets could have been created in the way that they were created in any solar system, because we were told that dust collects and the dust collects together and then creates these planets, and the planets rotate around the sun, but for them to all form in a perfectly flat plane where they're on the same plane in that kind of situation is extremely anomalous. However, our solar system is on a different plane. It's lodged at an angle. But the rest of the planets and solar systems we see in our galaxy are all on the same angle. So, and the reason why we'll talk about in a second here. So the next image is going to be an image of the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy over the last billion plus years. It's a GIF image, so it'll show you a little video of how it's been colliding with Earth, just to show you that we're actually having this collision happen now. Here it comes. 8 billion years ago. Okay, let's start again. So starting at 8 billion years, okay? It goes fast, so pay attention here. Here we go. 8 billion years. 5.7 billion years ago, first pass. 3 billion years ago. 1.9 billion years ago. 1 billion years ago. Current situation. See one more time. So guess where? Guess where? Okay, let's get some people to say something in the chat here. Take a guess where this solar system is connecting to our Milky Way galaxy. And I think I've given it away. I'll give you a second. Take a guess where the Milky Way galaxy is intercepting with this galaxy for 8 billion years. And the answer is through our solar system. Chances are we were sucked in, our galaxy, our planet, our solar system was sucked in and integrated from this dwarf galaxy however billion years ago into there. There's an asteroid, a series of asteroids that pass through our solar system, not the asteroid belt, but every November it passes through us. And it's actually asteroids from this dwarf galaxy that are coming to Earth. And a lot of little particles still come to Earth and get burned up in the atmosphere. Every now and then a big one comes through, like the one that happened when it flattened the trees out in Russia a couple of decades ago. Some people thought that it was from the asteroid belt. No, it's from this. Every single year we're a dartboard for all types of fragments coming in from this galaxy. So back to the galactic center. The horizontal streak of brighter stars across the center of the image is the plane of the Milky Way, right? That's the plane, the flat plane they call it. And the galactic center, the supermassive black hole, is right there where that huge bulge is, because all these suns are just crowded around it and all this light is being sucked in by it. So you see this massive, this awe-inspiring light show right in the center. My theory is that the way the physical world works with dimensions and frequencies and consciousness is the gravity of the black hole in the center of the galaxy. When you get closer to it, the gravity increases, thereby the frequency increases as well. So I feel as Earth moves closer to the black hole in the center of the galaxy, there needs to be a shift in consciousness and the planet needs to evolve. And that's what's occurring now. That's what occurs throughout the whole galaxy. The reason why it needs to evolve is when you start getting closer with that gravitational pull, it's very difficult to live in a third dimensional reality where you're a victim to the elements, where you need to be in the Goldilocks zone, where you need to have a certain amount of sun, nitrogen, carbon, whatever you need on Earth, water. You need to be evolved out of certain limitations so that the effects of the actual physical universe doesn't affect your physical existence. So they say that this black hole has been dormant for quite some time. Now, before we talk about, is it dormant? Has it been dormant? We're going to talk about white holes. What is a white hole? A hypothetical region of space-time and singularity which cannot be entered from the outside, although energy, matter, light, and information can escape it. Okay, so technically that's the exact opposite of a black hole, right? Well, not technically, literally, it's the exact opposite of a black hole. For a while, they said they were not sure if we observed it, but the theory is that it should exist. If there's a black hole, right? How many times do people take the moment to philosophically wonder, like, what the heck is a black hole? There's literally a rip in space-time and everything is being sucked into it. It seems like a glitch in the matrix. Where is it going? What is this world really? What is reality? We can literally observe a hole in the universe in space-time, where space-time as we know it is distorted and bent and then doesn't exist inside the singularity. And then all physical, everything and anything gets sucked into it, into oblivion, right? Think about the philosophical questions behind that. So possible types of white holes. Other side of a black hole, a universe where there are white holes and no black holes. Maybe this is the universe of black holes. Maybe there's another one with just white holes. Maybe the sun is a white hole. Could suns be white holes pulling energy out of black holes and then emanating out somewhere else? Could it be a reversal phase of a supermassive black hole? Could a supermassive black hole reverse and become a white hole? So these are all the theories and questions. I personally feel like multiple ones of these. I think it could be multiple ones. For example, we have a supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, the mass of 4 million suns. But then there's smaller, thousands of smaller black holes all over our galaxy. They all operate differently and they do different things. Could the supermassive black hole become a white hole, spewing ether or whatever it sucks in into space that eventually settles and coalesces to the ends of our galaxies? Could the white hole be spitting out energy, whereas the black hole sucks it in? Technically, that's what it should be, right? So could the white hole be spitting out matter that we then use to create reality? Because where does everything come from? Where does all the matter to create everything come from? If there's constantly things being created, where is it coming from? The supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy let out an enormous flare of radiation 3.5 million years ago that would have been clearly visible for Earth. So the answer is check. Supermassive black hole was once a white hole. 3.5 million years ago, it reversed. The black hole started spitting out energy and matter and physical particles. This discovery changed our view of the galaxy's black hole, which we'd only seen as dormant throughout recorded human history. Guys, that's not even 100 years, to be quite honest, right? We haven't been able to observe the black hole for a while. So white hole, when the polarity reverses and spews out matter, there's estimated to be 10 million, huge range here, to 1 billion black holes in our galaxies, rips in space-time. There was a Keck team led by UCLA astronomer Andrea, and they've now identified a star that orbits our black hole, and it orbits it in 11.5 years, the shortest orbital period for a star yet discovered. Just imagine it. Supermassive black hole, they're not using that term lightly. They should be like supermassive black hole. And 4 million of our suns. There's a star that's orbiting it at 11.5 years. The rapid speed of that sun. Imagine if it had any planets around it. The rapid speed. What level of consciousness would you have to even be at? Or you would have to exist as pure energy to even be able to be a sentient life form living on that planet. Definitely not with the conditions that we need to be alive. Now, the sun. Could the sun be a stargate? Could the sun be a white hole? I think it is. They used to say that the sun was using another update from the 90s and before. The sun was using nuclear fission to create energy, and they thought that after the nuclear fission was over, that's when the sun dies, and either, depending on how large it is, it either implodes and becomes a black hole, or it explodes and becomes a supernova. Our sun, the size of our sun, isn't large enough to become a supernova. So what will happen when it dies is it will become quite a few times bigger, all the way expanding out to Mars, and all those planets will be sucked in, and then it will implode into a black hole. So we actually have seen suns turning into black holes, right? So could the sun be a white hole? And could a white hole or a black hole kind of connection be some type of wormhole for traveling from one dimension to another? What if you could create a force field around yourself or your ship and go through a black hole? Could you exit out of another reality, out of a white hole? If the sun is not using nuclear fusion in order to create energy, where is the energy coming from? Is it coming from the singularity? Well, if it becomes a black hole and it technically becomes a singularity, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that some sort of singularity from some other place in space-time is sucking in energy and it coming out of the sun. And now here, this image that you see is an image of some sort of craft that this was on NASA's website. I saw it on NASA's website back in early 2005, 2006, I think. When was it? I saw it. No, 2012. Yeah. So this was put out on Facebook, right? NASA's website. was put on Facebook, people were saying, look at this, all these structures coming out of the sun. It's on NASA's website. I was fortunate enough to click to the website and see this on NASA's website on the live stream of the sun. They had images coming out. And then the next day, of course, it was taken out. And this structure, multiple ones, there was many different structures just like this coming out of the sun or being attached to the sun. And look at the size of Earth and look at the size of this structure. And what's it doing? Is it coming out of the sun, or is it some sort of energy device pulling energy from the sun? Right. And I like to show this one because I could verify I literally saw it on their website. And then doing spectral analysis, it's some sort of solid type of metallic object. So we spoke about black holes, we spoke about white holes, and the building blocks for reality. And the building blocks for reality, in my opinion, is the fifth element. We have earth, wind, fire, and water, but we have the fifth element, which is ether. Ether is the building blocks for all reality. So when I said earlier, where does it all come from? Where's all the matter? Where is the dust and the stardust and the material that we need to create galaxies, nebulae, suns, and all that coming from? Well, that's the ether. The ether comes out and then forms elements, and the elements then form planets and planetary systems and bodies, and those then form organic material, and then the organic material then creates the soup for life to manifest in this dimension, right? So the element that all elements come from, pure potential and matter, creates stars, galaxies, nebulae, everything. Ancient and medieval scientists believed the ether is a material that fills the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere. So interesting. These guys weren't technically metaphysicians, but look, they're literally saying an energy material that fills the universe above the terrestrial sphere. I would actually tend to agree with them. In physics, they say ether is a substance or field thought to be necessary as a transmission medium for the propagation of electromagnetic or gravitational forces. Basically, some sort of energy that helps the forces of the universe operate, like the lubrication. My opinion, my theory is kind of backs all this up, but I would put it into simpler form. The 3D printing material for the physical universe that comes from the void, a place of no dimension. Could the ether that is sent to the ends of the galaxy act like an infinity spiral of matter to continuously form celestial bodies? Is it possible that the outskirts of the galaxy homes the lower dimensional experiences due to the ability for 3D life to exist on the ends of our galaxy because of the lack of the gravitational pull from a black hole? And higher dimensional civilizations probably exist in that component closer to the black hole in the center of the galaxy, closer to the void, closer to God. All these ancient civilizations that talked about the central sun being God, that was the void, that was the black hole. The central sun in Mayan scriptures and so many other ones around the world literally means the black hole. And that was what they utilized as God. The seed of God, that was the black hole, the seed of God, the supermassive black hole. So, but when it became a white hole for that period of time, did it spew out matter and ether that then rained down onto our galaxy and then became planets and nebulae and all that? Well, technically, actually, it did do that. We know it did do that. So let's take 1 second here because there's a lot of information. And I invite everybody just take a deep breath in, and we're going to get back into dimensions now. Take a deep breath in. Let it go. So now we're going to get into dimensions because we want to get into the fourth and the fifth dimension. What are those? It's important to know, I already said this about lower dimensions, higher dimensions. That's a human construct. So what is the fourth dimension? So I showed you earlier, and you can see the image down here again, and the image over here too. There's 3 dimensions. So look at this image down here in the bottom. Length, width, and height, 3 dimensions. The fourth dimension is an object placed within the 3. With the 3 dimensions, there is no experience until one object is placed in that. What is that object? Physical reality. You, me, planet, stars, galaxies, everything. even the black holes, exist within that. Once you have that object placed within the three, you now have the introduction of a temporal dimension of space-time. So time as a fourth dimension. In the theory of special relativity developed by Albert Einstein, time is considered the fourth dimension. In this theory, space and time are unified into four-dimensional space. These are the different types of thought processes around dimensions. Don't need to read this, guys. I'll read it to you, okay? Mathematical fourth dimension. The fourth dimension is often considered a spatial dimension in mathematics, but it exists beyond our three dimensions. In string theory, some people believe that it proposes the existence of extra spatial dimensions beyond the three that we're familiar with. These extra dimensions could explain certain phenomena, but are not visible to the eye or directly observable. Some people believe the fourth dimension is an access to a parallel dimension, a parallel reality. And then we have the spiritual understanding as well. The fourth dimension can be viewed as a realm beyond the physical, where consciousness, spirituality, or higher states of existence reside. And then within time travel, an individual may move through time as if we're a spatial dimension. So just to make this a little clearer here, for this part, what I'm saying is all of these different things, time as a fourth dimension, mathematical understanding, string theory, parallel dimensions, spiritual philosophy, time travel, all have overlapping understandings. Some people believe that the fourth dimension is the astral world, life between lives, NDEs, near-death experience realms. Space-time permeates through time. It's not just third dimensional. It's a portal through all time and space, which is why black holes and wormholes are literally rifts within the fourth dimensional reality, right? That's almost a portal to another reality as well. So physicists considered in space-time meaning a spatial dimension beyond the normal three. New studies dedicated this dimension by studying black holes. So by studying black holes, that's how they discovered in physics the fourth dimension. Because why? Black hole bends space-time. Now, every single dimension has a geometry to it. And now we're talking a little bit about matrix information here. The fourth dimension is also, in essence, kind of what keeps us within this matrix. It's interesting because it's a paradox. It keeps us within the matrix, but it's also the answer to how to break free from the matrix. And every single dimension has its own geometry. And in the way I look at it is that if consciousness is pure light, the geometry is the prism for that light to be reflected through. And then outside, on the other side of it, is the holographic reflection of all the colors that come in physicality. Light, geometry, physical reality, right? That's almost like the prism. And the geometry within physics for the fourth dimension is called a tesseract, which is in itself paradoxical and very interesting. And it's the cube within a cube. And basically, it's a cube within a cube. And you're looking at it right here. And the next one is going to be a live video image of, an artistic representation of the cube within a cube. And we're going to take a look right now at the way the geometry of the matrix is the loop. This is deep, I feel, because not only is it the loop of the time space, but it's also a loop of the karmic cycle and the wheel of reincarnation. Because a lot of times when we die and we go to NDEs and other lives, I feel we're still within this construct. We're still within this video game. This video game is not just this third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension. There's other realities, the realm of ghosts, near-death experiences, a panel life review. All of those are just different levels to the video game. There's a game beyond it, right? But this game was created in a really amazing way for us to have not only hardcore challenging experiences like it's been here on Earth, but also transcendental experiences too. And so this next one is the matrix geometry of the fourth dimension, the tesseract. The karmic cycle, the reincarnation wheel, the way time works, all things looping, the cycles of time. So from a physics perspective, Einstein's theory of special relativity suggests a connection between space-time. So space-time consists of 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal. So 3 spatial, length, width, height, 1 temporal, space-time. Now here is a great example of how we can observe the 4th dimension. Consider a blooming flower. The flower's position is not changing. It's not moving up or sideways. Yet, we can observe the transformation, which is proof that another dimension exists. Equating time with the 4th dimension is one example, but the 4th dimension can also be positional like the first 3. While it is possible to visualize space-time by examining snapshots of the flower with time as a constant, it is also useful to understand how space-time interrelate geometrically as well. So observing the change is how we see the 4th dimension. Whereas you can literally see the 3 dimensions here right now. The reason why people skip the 4th dimension is because we are the 4th dimension right now. Sometimes people say, why you go from the 3rd to the 5th? Why don't we go to the 4th? Because we're living in the 4th. The 4th is a part of the 3 dimensions, which is why other texts, people call it the 3rd density. And the 3rd density that we live in is actually 4th dimension, right? And we're moving to the 5th. It's a place of transition or dimension between dimensions, so to speak. So the 4th is in the portal, kind of. It's what's allowing us. We are, through our evolution of our consciousness, we are becoming the masters of the 4th dimension. So what does it mean to be a master of the 4th dimension? Well, you're the master of space-time. Time doesn't affect you anymore like it used to. Space doesn't affect you anymore as it used to. But when you have a 5th dimension, you're adding 1 extra temporal dimension. Now you still have 3 dimensions. And then you have 1 of time, 2 of time. You no longer have 1 temporal dimension. You have 2 temporal dimensions. Time becomes fluid. Time as we know it is no longer the same. The integration point is now in existence. The 3rd point of the triangle, which is what the Lyrans, if you know anything about the Prism of Lyra story, what they were looking for, they were looking to change the line into a triangle, and the triangle being the 3rd point, as you can see this image in the back, the balance point, the integration point. Having this extra temporal dimension changes our perception of time. This is a key component to realize a relationship with otherworldly beings, since if they exist in this dimension or higher, they do not exist within linear time. Therefore, they're simultaneously existing with us. And as we shift into those dimensions, I feel like we are surrounded. There's dimensions stacked upon dimensions, experiences and realms stacked upon each other. And as we shift our frequencies and go into these realities, we're going to be, I think, pleasantly surprised with all the experiences that we're going to have and what we're going to start seeing. Now, the 5th dimension also has a geometry. It's called the pentaract, and here is the geometry of the 5th dimension. The 5th dimension also isn't just a metaphysical word, like many people I think might feel because we use it so often within spirituality that it's just a spiritual term. But the 5th dimension has been studied for quite some time, and we have evidence of study back in 1921, where the early research was happening on 5D space. And the Large Hadron Collider too, I'll get into that in a second, they've been studying 5D space. They attempted to develop a theory that unites the 4 fundamental interactions in nature: strong, weak, nuclear forces, gravitational, electromagnetism. These are all seemingly independent forces. So their theory was, maybe in 5D space, all these things that we seem as independent, mind you, mainstream regular physics, okay? Maybe all these energies that we seem operating independently through the universe might be unified in 5D space. Yeah, that is a spiritual understanding, in my opinion, because that is true. We start realizing how everything is working together. The dimension would not be directly observable. Klein suggested that 5D would be rolled up into tiny compact loop. So this is 1921 research. Under his reasoning, he envisioned light. This is very interesting. His theory was that light was a disturbance caused by rippling in the higher dimensions, just beyond human perception, While not detectable, it would indirectly apply a connection between seemingly unrelated forces. Again, this guy wasn't, maybe he was, but from my research, he wasn't sitting there meditating or going to the Himalayas trying to talk to the gurus. He was doing regular physics and speculating on the discoveries that they were finding. And the regular physics was backing up everything that we now know spiritually. But the part of the light being a ripple effect from higher dimensions is also very interesting, because if, for example, light comes from suns and suns come from white holes, and white holes are the reversal of a black hole, technically it's coming from another dimension, if that is how it's working. The Closet-Klein theory experienced a revival in the 1970s due to the emergence of superstring theory, the concept that reality is composed of vibrational strands of energy in 10 dimensions or more. So that's the whole string theory, which is extremely close. Quantum physics definitely has its setbacks because too many of them don't understand or try to understand consciousness. That's the missing link when it comes to quantum physics. Consciousness, the spiritual understanding of everything. But this is so close to it all, right? Everything is vibrating energy. So one more thing on the fifth dimension. So the Large Hydrogen Collider in Geneva that you guys might have heard about, gave an opportunity to record indirect evidence of the fifth dimension's existence. So they've been doing research on it too. Physicists theorize that collisions of subatomic particles in turn produce new particles as a result of the collision, including a graviton that escapes from the fourth dimension. So what happened was they were bombarding these subatomic particles, right, as they do in the Large Hadron Collider, going around at rapid speeds, colliding with each other. As they were colliding, there was another particle coming out that they called the God particle, also called the graviton. There was a graviton escaping from the collision of these subatomic particles. But as it escaped from the collision, it vanished. A subatomic particle vanished into the ether. It's like pun intended and no pun at the same time. Because where did it go? They believed that the collision was so rapid that a fifth dimensional portal opened up and the graviton escaped into fifth dimensional space. That's mainstream peer-reviewed stuff right there, okay? Utilizing this with the magnet. So when they utilize this whole study with a magnet to lift a pin up the table, the magnet is able to overcome gravitational pull of the entire Earth with ease. So what they did there, they were able then to mimic and utilize that science with this magnet, and the magnet was able to overcome gravity. Okay, now philosophically and metaphysically, what are they talking about here? They literally created a stargate to the fifth dimension where a subatomic particle was able to go into the fifth dimension. What if we can mimic that on a Newtonian level? Could we create stargates? Could we create teleportation? Is this the beginning of all of that? And I don't have my research on teleportation here, but we've already done that with multiple hydrogen atoms now. So it's been done beyond an atom. But so 4D to the 5D space, they created a stargate. And they also created something that was able to make a magnet overcome gravity, the beginning of anti-gravity. Okay. Now, I got to say that they've already got this stuff through black budget programs, UAPs, and all this reverse engineered crash retrievals. But this is what's happening on the mainstream that's being shown to us, that we're even on that level, piercing through the void. I'm piercing through the veil, if you will. And I only have a couple of minutes here, so let's see how I'm going to close this. I think I have 4 minutes, right, Eesha? Let's see how we're going to close this, okay? I think we should close it with this. Eesha, could you give me a time check? Is it 4 minutes? All right, so I'll just continue going. So where is ET? There we go. Let me check the chat real quick. Okay. Where is ET is the biggest question, right? That's why we're all here. Why can't we see extraterrestrials? Why do they not just land on the White House lawn? I heard that one a few times. Why don't they come and help us and save us from ourselves? Well, if they're everywhere, why can't we see them? And there's the most simplest of answers. It's a frequency game. When you shift your frequency, you can see. We only exist within a certain bandwidth of frequency. We only perceive a certain bandwidth of frequency. The shift in consciousness is a broadening of our ability to experience multiple frequencies. We have all types of limitations frequency-wise. We can only hear a certain amount of frequency range. We can only perceive a fraction of the visible light spectrum. We only have a certain amount of scent receptors that only can perceive specific frequencies of scent. So when we shift our frequency, we can see. And now I'm just going to close out here with, I think I'll close out with a poem, guys, just to kind of bring it all home here and end it with something a little creative, because this thing goes on for a long time. So just to wrap out that part, yeah, that's what it all comes down to. What does consciousness have to do with it? It all has to do with a vibratory frequency and expanding that. And that is what's happening not only through all the awareness on the planet, all the uncovering and the unveiling, or tapping into a new level of science and seeing what's behind the veil. And also, as I showed you, the position of a solar system in a galaxy, all these things are supporting that expansion of consciousness and frequency. Now, I'm going to close out here with a poem called the Fragmentation Poem. And in some ways, it puts together a lot of what we just shared, what I just shared with you in poetry form. And I split this into three parts. We have the void, we have the darkness, and we have the light. So here we go. It's called Fragmentation Poem. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning, no place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing, until awareness became conscious of itself. Separation from the source. No east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical lessons, except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency, raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation of what only the five senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, and no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright. In my bed, insecure for the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus, I stare and recite my cosmic prayers. Self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. The light. Everybody, the destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion, now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside. I am free like a bird, cosmic oneness integrating in my being, a full spectrum being, in alignment with the purity confined in ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in, fuel my light body for the ether I am feeding. That's it, everybody. Thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoyed.
Oh my God, Neil. Thank you. I can completely understand why Phil and Eesha sing your praises. You're the first person, and probably first person I've ever encountered that gave us a scientific spiritual combination of a rap. It is beautiful.
Thank you.
I love your presentation on galactic origins. I love learning, honestly, everything with how you explained it, everything from universal paradoxes to the sine wave of history, with us entering, the age of Aquarius, white holes, wormholes, everything. And before I let you go, I actually wanted to ask, and I know everyone watching this will definitely want to know, are you willing to share those slides? Because I would love to have a copy because you've explained it and set it out in such a understandable, grounded, neutral way that appeals to those
Mhm.
that are more left brain, and doing
Yeah.
their best to kind of to bridge the spiritual and scientific side of it,
Yeah.
but only if you're willing to share, of course,
Yeah, for
only.
sure. Yeah, if you want to just email me, I'll give it to you. And I mean, I only did 1/3 of the slides, so there's 2/3 of it you didn't get to see. So yeah. And the whole presentation is on my YouTube as well, youtube.com/portal to ascension.
Okay. Okay. All right. Brilliant. I'll definitely email you. And also, yeah, everyone, please check out Portal to Ascension. This guy's amazing. He's got the most amazing channelers on there. It's really, really cool. Thank you so much, Neil.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much. Okay, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
And
Thanks,
now,
Neil.
Isha, I understand you're going to have a very riveting conversation with our next speaker.
Yes, we are. So our next guest is Yossi Ronen. Today's session, we're going to do a bit of an informal conversational style sort of presentation today. And I just want to give you a little bit of a brief introduction. Yossi and I met recently. I came across his work online, and soon as I heard him speak about his experience and his book, I really felt the resonance, the frequency behind what he does. And so yeah, so Yossi brings over 4 decades of investigation into the nature of consciousness, but largely this is sparked by a face-to-face contact experience. Yossi is the author of the book One, which chronicles his 1981 encounter with beings from another dimension. His work explores how these experiences interface with neurology, non-dual perception, and the fundamental nature of reality. So in this conversation today, we're going to be tying together a lot of the themes that we've had, coming up over the summit with consciousness, telepathy, and contact experiences, and we'll be weaving in some of Yossi's personal experiences as well. Welcome, Yossi. It's so good to have you here.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And I want to express my wonder for all the people that you brought here and they talked like Neil before me. Amazing presentation, really.
Thank you. And I
Very
know
interesting.
you're joining us from Israel. So,
Yeah.
we don't hear from a lot of people in Israel with your kind of story. We tend to get a lot of people from America, maybe a few Australians, but I think you're the only person from Israel. So I love that this topic is so diversified that people all over the world are talking about it now.
Yes, it's really a very special time now in Israel because there is a war with Iran now, and it might be happening even when we talk because
Right, right. Okay, I hadn't considered that. Yes, but I have heard on the news that there is quite a bit going on over there. I'm assuming
yeah,
you're in a safe place right now.
I'm at home, but we have a shelter downstairs. So if you will hear a siren, I will go down this and okay. It happened once or twice at night. So it happened a couple of hours before,
Yeah, wow.
and
That's
now it
very
will.
real.
I hope it.
That's very
I
real.
hope it will be quiet.
My goodness. Wow, I can't even imagine what that would be like. I mean, I feel so far removed from it being here in Australia, and to think that like at any moment in time you could have a siren. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's quite confronting, but also I think it's all the more reason for us to be having this conversation at this exact moment in time during the solstice, because we are all about unifying, bringing these higher positive energies in. And for anyone who is watching this right now, live or on replay, please take a moment to send some good vibes over to Israel and Iran. There's a lot going on there, politically, but also some people are genuinely facing real fear and situations that might be quite horrible. So, yeah, maybe we just take a minute, Yossi, just take a breath. I feel like this requires just a little bit of presence. So if we can
Yes.
all just breathe in. And during this event, we just send our beautiful, loving vibrations to anywhere on the planet right now that needs more love, more compassion, more light. We seek to elevate the frequency of the earth. We pray that Yossi and his family are safe today and in the days, weeks, and years to come. And for all loved ones, friends, and family who are being affected right now, we send our thoughts, our prayers, and our love. Thank you so much. So Yossi, let's go back for a second to 1981. I know we've discussed the story on the First Contact podcast, but there might be some viewers here who don't know the full story. So maybe just give us a short version of the story just to contextualize the conversation we're about to have today.
Yes. The thing is that in 81, I was 21 years old, and I went to work with my brother in LA. He had a small business of painting houses there, and he invited me to work with him to earn some money. I was not involved in any research or even knowledge about UFOs or things like that, because, on those years there were no internet or things like that. So what happened was a real surprise, and it happened, in a usual day after work. We came back home, and my brother went to rest in his room, and I in my room. And I went to rest, and I fall asleep, and I suddenly found myself out of my body for the first time. And in that situation, I felt very good. It was like realizing that, when I was out of my body, I was looking at my body sleeping on the bed from above. And I saw my body sleeping and my eyes closed. And in that situation, it seems like my consciousness that is out of the body is aware of the situation. Like I was like understanding what's going on. I knew that I'm out of my body because this is the real me, and the body is like a vehicle that I will probably in a couple of minutes I will wake up once again through the body. And now I see the room and I understand everything without my body. And it was totally different because the reality that I'm in it now is not from the vision of or the understanding of the brain. It was totally different. I could see without my eyes. I could understand without the usual brain understanding of reality. It was totally different. It was very pleasant. It was very a good feeling. And in that situation, I saw near my bed a creature. It was like a green alien standing near my bed, looking at my head. And a couple of aliens, there were 3 or 4 there, 4 or 5 that was in the room, walking around and looking at stuff in the room. And once again, in that situation my consciousness was out of my body, I felt very good and like familiar with that situation. I knew them. And we were like communicating with each other without having to speak. It was a real telepathic communication. Now I can go on with that, but the main thing was that I woke up from that out-of-body experience, and I thought that I had a dream that I was out of my body. You understand? I woke up, I opened my eyes, I still was with my eyes to the wall when I woke up through the body, and I heard the noise behind me. And the situation that I had a dream before was really, really funny, because I didn't saw any creatures like that I saw before in my like so-called dream. I thought I imagined that, and I had a weird dream about green creatures, and I'm out of my body, and then I heard the noise behind me, and I turned around, sat on the bed to see what's going on in the room, and suddenly I saw them. I saw the one that in my out of body was standing near my bed, standing now near me, half a meter from me, looking at me with his big black eyes. And the feeling through the body with them was totally different. I started to be afraid in the most immense fear that I have in my life. It was like a fear of death. And I didn't know what to do. The one that was standing near me looked at me, didn't do nothing, and the others too. And from fear, I started to I felt my body shaking from fear. And because of I didn't have anything else to do, I was like frozen. I tried to get over of the fear, and the only thing that I could do is to remember the minute ago that I had a good communication with them, and we were like almost like a family of friends before. So I thought, and I told myself, maybe you're afraid, only the fear is only yours, and it comes from your body. And as I thought about that, I started to relax, because all the fear that I had from this creature, alien eyes that was threatening me, started to be realized like he's trying to communicate with me like before, but now through my body. And the fear is only from my body. The fear is not from real me. And as I realized it more and more, the fear went down, and I started to be open and started to realize that he is trying to communicate with me without speaking. And the way he communicates with me is like communicate with my consciousness, and my consciousness is really realizing his. And I realized that there is like a road or a communication between me or us as a human, as a normal human being, to be communicating like what we say now, telepathy way, to their consciousness. And this is the way they communicate in a natural way between them. When I was communicating to his consciousness, I was aware to his communicating to the other aliens that were standing in the room. And they were totally aware to each other without sending information or receiving information. It was like we're all connected to a one essence of field of consciousness, that they all felt part of it. And when they communicate with me, and I was able to communicate with them, I was realizing that I'm now communicate through that same field of consciousness that we are all in. And that relaxed me very much, and I started to be curious about them. And the first thing that I remember that I wanted to understand is, who are they? And it was like a question in my brain without saying. It's like I was wondering if they came from a different star. And their answer was amazing. The answer was without words. It was the telepathy that gave me the answer that my consciousness translate to words. This is the way that telepathy probably is working. It's not sending and receiving information like words, ideas, or something like that. It's communicating to our real essence of who we are. And if the brain or the body want to give it translation to word, it gives the words that he wants. Like if I'm talking Hebrew, my translation was in Hebrew. And if someone else is talking English, the telepathy will be in English because he translates the telepathy in his language. That's why many people think that the aliens know many languages, but it's not exactly like that. It's because they can communicate to our real essence before the translation to words and logical and rational thinking. So the answer to my question was like this. Different star is the way you translate some very far place that is foreign for you. And the real essence of us is a different dimension. Now, different dimension is the words that I translate their meaning, but it was much more wider than what I understand and can say with the words dimension, because what I realized that different dimension is not a different place in a physical way. It's a different, it's not a different, it's individuate area of the existence that our consciousness can be connected to. And it's like a different place here. It's like, for instance, a very, very small thing that our eyes cannot see, or in physics, we can say a quantum world that we cannot measure, but it's still here, but it's a different dimension from our body physical realization. And they let me go inside their consciousness, and it was amazing.
And what did you feel when you were in their consciousness? I mean, first of all, how did you know you weren't just in your consciousness? How do you know that you went into theirs? And then what was it like?
What was the question?
First of all, how do you know you went into their consciousness and it wasn't just yours? That's I think, important distinction to make.
Yeah,
And then what was it like when you're in there?
Yes, it's a very interesting, important question, because when we think about communication or oneness or telepathy, when we think of oneness, we think that we are absorbed and disappear into one big thing, but it's not like that. For instance, their telepathy with each other was not that they lost their personality, each one of them, or me. We still, even that we have the telepathy, each one of us has his own personality, his own consciousness, his own part of the big consciousness, but we could like listen to the other consciousness. It's like we are connected, but our individuality is still there. And even more, because it's the deepest place of your personal consciousness that can be connected to the other one.
Mm.
It seems that our deeper consciousness is related to the others, is connected already. And so when I was connected to them, I was me. I did not disappear to the other, like to the hive consciousness of all. I was still private personal consciousness that can listen or can absorb or can feel everything that they felt, because they were totally open to me, and I could feel their feelings from my consciousness because I wanted to. They didn't force me to do that. It was my free will to do whatever I want because they were totally open. They gave me like a permission to be aware of their feeling, of their thoughts, of their whole perspective of reality even. They were totally open. And they were very humble. It was not like we think that might be. They were very developed spiritually. I can say that's what I felt, that their consciousness was so wide that they were aware to all their levels of existence. And I could felt that. I could realize that because they were open to me to feel. But they were very humble with that. And they didn't have any ego. And this is, I think, one of the reasons that they could be so much open to each other and to the field of the oneness, because their ego did not block that. Their ego didn't block their like personality from the other personality. They were totally open and humble. So they could be, their consciousness could be aware of the other one and not only to themselves. That is the answer for your question about
It
that.
does. It does. And I think, tying into the whole theme that we've had for this summit, which is contact and consciousness, what you're describing is like you still have your consciousness, but you've now gone into another consciousness and you felt the expansion that happens inside of that. And that, I mean, I also am familiar a bit with your book, so I know that then led you to the conclusion that we are all one, and that is the premise of your work that you now do. When you had this meeting and you felt that connectedness, I know you've said in the past as well that it's like that they also connect with a godlike consciousness. Can you speak into that a little bit?
Yes. This is what I think the peak of the experience itself and the thing that changed me forever. That thing that I felt from their consciousness. Because when I felt their white consciousness, it was purely happiness and even love, because what we feel when we are in love is that the subject that we are loving is like we connected to him. But imagine yourself, if your consciousness is totally open to others, to all the creatures, to all the animals, to all the trees, to all the things in reality, and you can feel them in you, it's immense love to everything. I mean, this is the real essence of love, is the connection. When you are very close to all those other consciousness of others, it's real feeling of love, actually. And I wanted to go even more inside of their consciousness and to realize where it came from. I mean, what is the source of the happiness, the source of the white consciousness, the source of the humbleness, the source of the love, where it came from, how do they get so confident in feeling that love? And they let me go inside them and to realize where it came from. And they didn't do nothing. They were just passive to me and gave me go inside. And what I felt when I went inside, it was like, if I will put it in a visual way of seeing, it was a tunnel of that I go inside the tunnel and looking for the source of that love that they feel. I realized there is a source in the other side of the tunnel of an amazing strong light, of strong love that gave them the existence and gave all the reality the existence, that strong life that hold everything. And they were aware of that. In every seconds of their awareness and life, they were totally aware that exist, they live by that light. And this light gave them the ability to be. And when I was in there and I felt that light, I was totally realizing that this light gave me the life itself. And there is a root to our existence. And in a couple of years after that, I realized that this is what we all meaning by the word God. You know, in the beginning, it was so emotional, strong feeling that I didn't have any words or any way, in a logic way, to understand it or to realize it in a rational forming idea. It was a strong feeling of knowing that immense love that gave me the existence. And it was very far from what I learned in school about God, that is, you know, in the form that we learn that. But, you know, in the time that passes after that, in the years, I realized that many spiritual teachings and all the religious, the Judaism and Islam and Buddhism, they are all meaning that. They are all was a perspective of that light. But we as a human that have a little bit limitations of experiencing this light, each one of us translate it in a way that he can understand it in a logic way, and that's how the differences became to be a different religion or a different mystic way to realize this one thing of light.
Wow.
And I think it's encouraging because this is, I think, maybe the answer for our pain and quarrels and wars. If we will have the chance to realizing that, we can communicate with each other because we will realizing that we are talking the same thing and we are praying to the same God and we believe in the same thing and we want the same thing. And I think we can achieve it if we will be more like using our ability to be in a telepathy mode of consciousness with each other. Because I believe this is the future of our self, of our communication. And if we will get to that point that we will feel the other one, there will be no fear. There will be no lies to each other because we know that we are open. And when we are open to each other, we could see the light of love that is on the other one. This is the basic thing that is giving life to each one of us. And the situation that there is like war and people that doing a bad thing to each other, it's only because they are afraid and they are not aware of that light that they have and the other one have, and there started to be fighting and trying to get force on the other one because he is afraid that he is gonna use him and this kind of stuff. So I believe that we are now in a real situation of a dangerous place in our humanity, and it's not and I think it's probably the reason that these aliens, that they are very advanced spirits that came here, and they're trying to help us to get to that point of communicating with ourselves to the real self, and then to the others, to save us from ourselves. And each one that talk have his own way of translating this communication with them. And if you combine all the stories, we will see that we have actually the same thing that can be connected to them and to our own soul. And maybe that will be the answer to our development of consciousness.
I love that so much. You've touched upon so many beautiful points. And I think, I mean, we do need more love. We do need more connection. And at the same time, I mean, it's true that we're lacking it. Where you are right now is a perfect example of a country that's maybe lacking that connection right now. And I think, I mean, you've been quite blessed, I would say. I don't want to say lucky, but blessed that you have had this experience at such a young age. Did you find that after having such a peak experience, that feeling has stayed with you, or is it more like a memory that you can draw upon from time to time?
Well, it's a very complicated, and I had a long time, many years, to realize what is really happening. What I realized, that what they did with me, and I think with many others, when they communicate with them, is that they are trying, first of all, to open their cognition to the ability of their consciousness.
Mm.
This is the main thing that they do. And each one of us do it in his own special way of personality. And this is the main work that he has to do, that is different from each other. And this is very good, and it should be like that, because we combine different experiences to one. And what they do, like in instance with me, is that they met with me when my consciousness was free from the body, and I could realize what is my consciousness when it's free from his body. And then they still stayed when I was awake, and my consciousness was limited only from my body, that I could see the differences, to meet them, or to meet reality from the body. And these differences gave me the real understanding of my consciousness, that it had two main ways to interpret reality. The one that is the soul consciousness, that is connected to everything, and the other consciousness that is through the body, that he is almost not aware to that inner consciousness, and he is trying to get information from the deep consciousness, from the soul. When we are dreaming and remembering the dream, it's like the same thing. Like, we remember translation of our white consciousness, and when we wake up, we remember a dream that have like symbols that you can now translate, and have the information or the knowledge from that white consciousness, that it's you, but you are not aware now. And that thing, that communication between our two main consciousnesses is the development that we do. And I think that these two main like individuation of our consciousness, there are two, both of them important. I mean, our body consciousness awareness is very important, and we have to keep it healthy and not go totally to the, you know, to the spirit world and get lost on that, because we have to do the opposite. We have to bring the white consciousness into the body consciousness, and through the body open the window, and this will be more healthy to us to be strong, grounded, and be connected to our real open consciousness and soul and God.
Yossi, where do you think those beings are from, the ones that you met? And why do you think they came to you? Was it to teach you this specific lesson, or was it something else?
I think they are like our family. I think that they are like family of our souls, because we are like them. You know, we are an entity, a spirit entity that probably chose to go to a body to be, you know, living in a body for a couple of years and to do something in a body, like a very spiritual entity that want to have a couple of years in a body and do a development with the body. And those aliens are the same like us. And because, you know, the soul is connected to the other souls, it means that they are like our family. And because they are close to us, they are like, you know, a wise friend or a wise family that want to protect you when you are doing the hard work that you do in that body that limits your understanding. That they are standing there and trying to protect us from ourselves, because now that we are in a body, that we will not harm ourselves from the intense work in the body itself. So they came to many people, and they are still let us to do the communication with them only from our chosen decision to do that. And they don't do it by force, because if they will do it by force, we will lose the real reason that we are in a body without knowing so much. So they are like helping from far and let us do the work with ourselves.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot to unpack in that. First of all, you know, we are making an assumption that these beings are obviously here to help, which we know because you feel the love and you feel the energy. Why do you think that they are standing a little bit further back? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that would look at the state of the world right now, even right now with where you're at in Israel. You could say to the beings, well, just come help, support, you know, show the love to these people the same way that you've had that. Why do you think they're holding back a little bit from that?
Yes, of course. That's a very important thing. I think very important question and thing to realize, because, you know, it's the same question when we think about God, we can ask the same. If the God is so good and loving, why he lets our so very bad things that happening now? The thing is that that 3D world that we chose to go gave us the free will to do whatever we want. And this free will be damaged if God or those aliens will stop us from doing what we do. This is the real difference from being with a free will or not. We chose to be with a free will and to do whatever we do, and to develop because of our free will, not because something else is telling us what to do. And this free will can be, you know, it could have a good consequence. It could, I mean, we could, our free will can be very dangerous if we will not, if we will use that free will to kill each other. And they will not stop that. And I think because we chose to be with a free will, and we are doing it now, they're trying to help from far, you know, from the side. And what we are doing now that we talk about that, and all the people that are now realizing that we are in a dangerous place and we have to change our consciousness. And this is the only way that we can change our path of destruction. And we are now trying to struggle with that. And I hope and I believe that we can do that. You know, they showed me that in a very strong way, those aliens, before they went from the room. We still have time, or we are too
No,
late?
keep going. No,
It's
no,
okay?
keep going. Yeah, yeah.
After the, you know, the face-to-face contact that I had with them, the last minute of the contact, they wanted me to understand something. And the communication changed from what was before, that was totally oneness of consciousness. They now started to show me things in I was passive, and they gave me like pictures to see, or a movie that they want me to see from the inside of the movie. And they show me like I'm in a very green, beautiful forest with a beautiful day, and a couple of cows like eating the grass. And suddenly a strong roar with fires come and burn the leaves and the cows too. And I left with a very painful feeling of what have I done? What we done to our beautiful earth, and what we done to the cows. And they gave me that warning that it was not a prophecy at all. It was only to, and I heard that many people that met them have the same like vision from them. They want us to be aware of the potential, of the danger potential that we have with each other if we will not wake up from the road that we go of, you know, of destruction, and we should change it. And I believe that we are doing it, even if I am now in the middle of the war. And you know, few blocks of the other street was bombed 2-3 days ago, and 5 buildings were totally ruined, and people were damaged and died. And you know, it's suddenly a chaos near your side that remind me that vision that they want me to see. You know, but I believe still that we can change it. And we can change it by our consciousness, by our awareness that we can do that, and we can choose that. And we are not a victim to no one. We have our own ability to change our reality because we are connected to the oneness. The meaning of connected to the oneness is to be the oneness. The realization of that each one of us is the one itself. And if the one that in the one see the light and see the heaven, all of the all of the all of the other people will see that light too. So if we like, give us the opportunity to choose and believe in the light that is in our reality, we're all going to see it more and more, and we can heal ourselves.
I think we have a powerful opportunity right now in this moment, given where you are, to bring light to the polarity and the duality that's going on. And before I go deep into this, I just want to ask Yossi, how are you in the midst of all of this that's going on? Are you finding that you're able to hold the light? Are you getting lost in the fear? What's your experience like at the moment?
Well, it's not simple
Yeah,
because
I bet. Yeah. I'm
when you
sure it's
hear
a
this,
roller coaster. I mean, it's probably crazy over there.
yeah, when you hear the siren goes and people run from the stairs to the shelter, it's a really body instinct of you are in a you are in a death threat now.
Mm.
But what I do is every day I shut down the television, the news, and all the warnings from around, and I do a meditation with myself,
Mhm.
and I concentrate on the light. I talk to my family, I talk to my friends, and I balance myself with that.
Yeah.
And I can see it. But I see many people that are in a very bad situations because if they don't have the ability to do like we do, that have the opportunity to go to our inner self and meditate and stop the fear and stop the thoughts and stop all the instinct fears, they are really in a very tense place and they're afraid and they're confused. And
See, I'd like to do two things at this point. One, first of all, because we have a really powerful platform here, right? Being in the online space, being where you are and where we are, we have an opportunity to broadcast something right now that can be really powerful during the solstice. So the first thing I would like to do is for you to share a message to the people who are experiencing what you're experiencing, the people that are in Israel, the people that are in Iran, their family, their friends, people who are connected to that. What message can you bring through for those people right now to help them raise and shift out of this into a higher consciousness?
uh, yeah,
Even if just a small piece of your meditation can be broadcast out, I think there's something really powerful in that.
I think what I do is really can be everyone can do. What I do when I feel the fear, the intense warning, the sound of the building explode near me or something like that. When I have the time to do that, I sit, I close my eyes, and I see all the all the universe around me, and I see the white light covering the universe and go straight to each one of us. Everywhere, here, Iran, everywhere in the world, and that light is healing without differences. And I believe that this vision can do that, um, because our imagination is a very strong tool to bring the amazing potential of our spirit. And because we are connected, and all of our thinking and visions can be realized by others, even in the unconscious of them. You know, it's when I imagine the other one in the other side of the world have this light inside of him, he don't realize that in his conscious. But I know that me and him is connected. And the truth is that my belief of that light is now doing it with him, even if he is not realizing that I am thinking about this light and I imagine it.
So by you imagining the light on him, you're saying that his light is doing something?
Yes, he is not aware of that, but he is now have more potential to see that light with himself.
So when
Because
you
I am
see the
now,
light, when you see the light in him, the light grows in him whether or not he's aware of it.
yeah, for him, he have more potential to see that in a way, you know, it could be in many different ways. He don't have to do meditation like me and see that, but he can feel love to a tree in that instance. Because it's like we are connected, we can influence each other.
So the message to all the people in Israel, Iran, and their connected friends and families to keep seeing the light in each other so that we can lift each other up, right?
Yes, yes, this light, we know that God is only one, and there is only one God, and we are all children of Him. And He wants us to, you know, to prosper and live. And He doesn't prefer one child on another one. It's only our thinking of there is good and there is one better than the other. And this is only because for God, all of His children is only love. And I think he feel pain from when we are doing bad to each other. He doesn't like it.
For those of us, and this is the second part of the transmission, for those of us who are more so on the outside of this and maybe not directly in it like you are, what can we do? What message do you have for us to assist at this time?
When you mean us, what do you mean? I mean, what particularly us?
I think I meant humanity. What, like, for those of us who are not in Israel right now or not in Iran right now, what can we do to support the greater collective?
I think the same. I think it's like to be connected from our body to the inner consciousness, to our soul, and let the light from the soul go inside and do things that can be a tool to see that light. You know, when I read something very nice in Judaism and in Christian religion the same. When the people ask Jesus, tell us what you think, what the main thing for. If I would learn all the Bible and all the teachings from you, tell me in one sentence, what should I do? And he said, you should love the one that is close to you and remember God. And the thing is that, you know, the deepest idea in that we don't have a natural love to each other. I mean, if your neighbor is a bad one, and he is a criminal, or a murderer, or something like that, You cannot naturally love him. So Jesus cannot say, hey, love him. You cannot do that. But what he meant is try to find the light in him. Doesn't matter who he is. And if you will try to see it, you will see. And if you will see the light inside of him, it gives him the chance to be, or to realize that light in himself.
Mm.
And the realizing of God in the end of the sentence is that he reminds us that we are connected. The other word for God, for me, is the field of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And if we say that consciousness is one and we are part of it, this is our God. I mean, God is us inside of him. He gives us the life. It's not that we invent ourselves. He invent us and we are in him. We are a part of his consciousness, and that's we are all together. And if we will remember the love that we see in other one and the love that he sent us, it will join us to feel the much better to each other.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Yossi. We are wrapping up today. I feel like the hour's gone by so fast. But I just want to say thank you so much for what you've brought here today. And I'm so sorry that you're going through what you're going through right now. I can only imagine how difficult it must be. And at the same time, I just want to commend you for the light that you are bringing into that space, because it's, we need people like you in those places to even bring small seeds of light wherever they can. And I feel like that's what you're doing right now. So I honor you for that. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. I mean, what you do with this, these 2 days that you do is really these kind of things that can open us. And yesterday the meditation that begins I closed my eyes and I go and I felt the music and the way she speak, and I really felt that light going through me. And these things that we do can heal us. Yes, and so thank you for all what you're doing.
It's beautiful. I just want to finish with this quote that Andy's put in the chat. She said that she went to Shabbat a little while ago, and a man said that unless you see God in everyone, you don't see God at all.
Amazing.
With
Amazing.
that, let's
Beautiful.
all move forward and see God in everyone. Thank you so much, Yossi, for the beautiful reminder. And thank you so much for being part of this summit. For anyone who wants to check out his work, he's got a book called One. And also, if you're curious about Yossi's story, we did do a full podcast where we went into the whole story. So if you go into the YouTube channel, check out the First Contact podcast and find Yossi's interview, you'll get a much deeper exploration of the actual journey of contact and everything that happens. So you guys can go listen to that at another time. Thank you, Yossi. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. So our final session, we actually were supposed to have Ray Hernandez join us today. He has had a number of technical difficulties this morning and is unable to join. But I did still want to bring in the academic perspective, which Ray was going to do. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take you guys through a bit of my latest research around consciousness. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then I'll jump back in to do the last hour with you guys before we close off the summit today. I'll see you guys soon. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me in this summit. I hope you guys have had the most amazing time. And I want to finish off with this segment that brings in a little bit more of the research element. We started off the summit yesterday with Ross Coulthart bringing in the journalistic approach. We've had a number of experiences, authors. We've had quite a big spectrum, actually, of fantastic speakers. We had the panel this morning as well. And so now we're just going to round off with where is the academic research actually at? Now, we did have Ray who was going to come in and do this section. He sends his apologies. He's not able to. We've tried to get him on. It's been a whole thing. But anyway, he has a study that he did where he actually interviewed 3,500 people, and he got the different types of contact modalities. And I did actually reference his paper in the paper that I've written. And where my paper comes in is it actually looks at the role of consciousness in contact with non-human intelligences. One of the things that Ray's paper found was that telepathy is one of the key sort of modalities of communication. He also looked into near-death experiences, remote viewing, and a few other things as well. But telepathy turned out to be one of the primary forms of contact. And so, we kind of laugh about this now. If you're expecting an ET to pick up the telephone and call you, it's very unlikely to happen. So what I've done in my paper, and I unfortunately don't have slides because I am last minute doing this presentation for you guys, and I don't have slides for this particular one yet, but it is my latest paper that I've written. So hang tight, grab your popcorn, grab your cup of tea. We're going to go through a deep dive now into some of the theories of consciousness and how they relate to intergalactic communications. So there's three main theories that I want to talk you guys through. Number one is called analytical idealism. There's a guy called Bernardo Kastrup, whose book I read recently, and he talks about analytical idealism as a theory of consciousness in which everything is described as a whirlpool. So he describes everything as a whirlpool, and he says if consciousness is this giant whirlpool that we, like myself, humans, myself, you, whoever's watching it, we are discrete experiences inside that consciousness. And he calls them whirlpools. So imagine that I'm a whirlpool inside the river and you're a whirlpool inside the river. Well, the whirlpools can interact with each other through either consciousness, through technology. There's ways in which that communication can happen. Now, and this is a very simplified approach to a much bigger theory, but essentially what it says is if everything is in the one consciousness, it should then follow that everything in that consciousness can communicate with each other, right? He also uses another really fantastic analogy, which is the analogy of the dashboard of an airplane. When you go into an airplane, and let's just say you're a pilot or co-pilot, you don't actually experience the reality that is on the outside of the plane. The only way that you experience what's going on externally is through the signals that you receive on the dashboard. So your dashboard might have a red light, a green light, a bunch of buttons, a bunch of numbers, right? And when you read those numbers or you see those signals, that's how you can communicate with what is going on externally, or you can receive the communication of what's happening outside. So for example, if you're driving in this plane and there is a big storm outside, the only way that you would know about the storm or experience the storm is through the signals that you get on the dashboard. And you might experience the turbulence, you might experience the wind, but you're never going to experience the storm actually being in the storm, because first of all, if you did, you would die. And second of all, we just don't have the senses to perceive that. And so with analytical idealism, it tells us that we are in this one river of consciousness, but it also highlights to us our limitations as human beings. Now, we have 5 senses typically, right? I know in Steiner they teach 12, which Phil mentioned earlier today, but we typically have 5 senses that we're aware of. That's touch, taste, sight, sound, and smell. When we use those 5 senses, we get a sense of the experience of the world around us, but we don't actually experience the world itself. We only experience it through the senses. So if I touch a tree, I'm not experiencing what it's like to be a tree. I'm only experiencing it at the interface between my hand and the signals that I receive through my fingers that then go into my brain, and then I can translate. And I might translate those signals to something like, well, the tree feels wet, or the tree feels rough, or the leaf feels soft and furry, right? And those are translations of the way that we experience the world around us. So that's a simplified model of analytical idealism. Now, the second one that I want to bring into the frame as well is called the transcendent mind theory. What transcendent mind theory says, and again, there's a similarity between this and analytical idealism, is that there's a one consciousness, and in order for us to experience more consciousness, we must transcend our mind. And what does that look like? Well, it could be through meditation. Some people use psychedelics. I personally don't condone it, but some people do that. Some people use breath work as another way. So there are lots of ways that you can transcend your current reality. And by doing that, what happens is you're actually bringing in more consciousness, right? The third one is the filter theories of consciousness, as described by Kelly and Marshall. And it, again, very simplified version of this says that we filter our reality like a tap. Like we only receive the aspects that are relevant to us. And there is a method to the madness here. If I'm driving a car, or if I'm writing an essay, or if I'm doing something that requires my focus, I don't need to know what's happening in the ninth dimension of Saturn, right? So the filters in our mind, they serve a purpose. They help us to experience reality, experience this reality in a way that's going to make sense, and in a way that we can experience a little bit more linearity. Now, when you take these three theories, analytical idealism, the transcendent mind theory, which is about transcending into the consciousness, or the filter theory, which says to lower the filters in order to experience more consciousness, they all have a similarity. And the similarity says that we are experiencing, or we are part of, a consciousness that is larger than us. Whether it's the vast consciousness of God, of oneness, or the giant whirlpool, they're all trying to really allude to the same thing. So what I discuss in the paper is that these three frameworks, which these theories are fairly recent, by the way. The book by Bernardo Kastrup was only released in 2024. So this is very recent kind of material that I'm looking at. The Filter Theories of Consciousness, the book that I read, was 2021. And even Transcendent Mind Theory is only within the last decade or so. So we're really looking at the modern theories of consciousness that go beyond what we've previously had. If you go back maybe 50, 60, 100 years, the theories that were more prominent at that time were what you would call materialist or physicalist theories. And those theories basically said that if everything in the world is physical and can be experienced through the five senses, that is the nature of reality. Now, one very interesting study that sort of blew this out the water was they did a study using psychedelics, and they measured the brain activity that was going on. A similar study also happened with near-death experiences. And if the physicalist or the materialist model was true, what you would find is that you would find more activity happening in the brain when you take psychedelics or when you have a near-death experience. The reasoning is this. If you have a really expansive, very vivid kind of experience, and if the brain is the thing that's making up that experience, you would expect to see more activity in the brain. What actually happened in the case of both near-death experiences and in the case of psychedelics was they actually found not more something, they actually found more nothing. So the bits of the brain that were lighting up were actually experiencing less activity than usual. So people are going into these extremely transcendent, vivid states of consciousness, having profound experiences, going on these journeys, meeting with God, all sorts of things can happen in either of those scenarios. And yet the brain was actually doing less. And so the filter theory of consciousness says that when you relax your filters, you can experience more of the vast consciousness. So the question then isn't about how can I increase the brain activity, do more. It's actually how can I do less? And so that's where things like meditation or breath work or anything that brings you into that 0 point lends itself to being a more viable pathway to having a more vivid experience. So when these studies came out, this completely flipped the old theories on their head because, the old theories expected the opposite outcome. And now what we're finding is less is more. So now we're looking at how do we transcend beyond this limited reality, and even analytical idealism says we have a limited reality. So if we're only experiencing reality through the dashboard, the question that I ask in the paper is, what if we need to expand the dashboard? What if the dashboard is limiting in and of itself because maybe we're not receiving enough information? Maybe 5 senses isn't enough. So then let's bring in this idea of what if we have a 6th sense? Now, some people, in spiritual conversations and even more academic these days, talk about this idea of the 6th sense or the third eye or the pineal gland, and they're trying to figure out where all of this sits, right? So when it comes to contact with non-human intelligences, which is not just ET, it could be angelic, it could be elemental, and people talk about like fairy consciousness and goblin consciousness, all sorts of things, right? Plant consciousness even. So when we're experiencing these connections with non-human intelligences, what the theory now says is maybe we are relaxing our filters, maybe we are transcending beyond the physical realm, or maybe we're simply expanding our ability to receive more sets of information. One of the things that we've mentioned quite a few times in the summit is this idea of telepathy and contact through non-physical means. Now, what's really interesting is that indigenous accounts spanning across millennia have a historical precedent for these types of communications. For example, there is a tribe called the Dogon tribe of Mali. It's a very ancient tribe. For a long time, they have been saying that they have communications and knowledge of beings from Sirius B. Now, Sirius, the star system, if you look at it with the naked eye, it just looks like a singular bright star. It's only since we've had access to telescopes and technology that we've been able to learn that Sirius is actually a binary star system. So that means there is a Sirius A and there is a Sirius B. But this tribe has known that information for a very, very long time, and their reasoning behind that is actually very simple. What they say is, well, the beings told us. So that makes us ask a different set of questions, right? We need to ask ourselves, well, if they know this information and they say the beings told them, has there been a history of communication that's been happening for maybe a very long time? In Australian Indigenous culture, and I have had the pleasure of meeting with some of these people myself. There's an elder in Western Australia. His name is Noel Nanup, and when I did my Steiner teacher training many years ago, we had some sessions with him, and he would tell us the stories of the Pleiadians. And what's so interesting is in a lot of these stories, they don't tell it like stories; they tell it like fact. So there's been lots of instances in many indigenous tribes, like the Aboriginal Australians, even ancient Egyptian times. We've got Macedonian. There's lots of stories in our history that allude to this idea that maybe humans have been having contact with these off-world beings for a very, very long time. So then the next question is, well, how is this communication happening? Are they physically traveling to us? Is there some sort of maybe a channeling? Is it telepathic? So a few years ago, I met with a lady, Bilawara Lee, Auntie. She's an Indigenous elder who'd come to visit Western Australia, and she was channeling ET beings in this session that we did. And when I asked her about it, she said, yes, this knowledge has been around for a long, long time. It's considered ancient knowledge. And she claimed to be talking with this being at the time that she was doing this session for us. So again, it's another example where an Indigenous person seems to have this knowledge and maybe the knowledge has just been lost. Okay, so with all of that frame, so we've talked about some of the cultural examples, and we've talked about the theories of consciousness. So what I want to talk about now is we call this a thought experiment. So in this thought experiment, I based it off this idea of telephone telepathy. Now, there's a set of surveys called Sheldrake surveys that were conducted in 2003 in Europe and North America. In the Sheldrake surveys, approximately 80% of people claim to have experienced a form of telephone telepathy at least once in their life. There was another author, Susan Blackmore, who conducted interviews in the 1980s with similar findings, including telephone coincidences. So why telephone telepathy is relevant here is because, I mean, how many of us who are listening to this have thought about somebody, and then that somebody, even if they haven't thought about them in a long time, has phoned straight away? That is an example of telephone telepathy. But here's something to consider. What if the thought or the telepathy occurs moments before the telephone actually rings? So in that instance, the telephone itself, it simply serves as a validation to highlight that the telepathy already occurred. So I've got in my paper here a hypothetical between two people called Marta and Jack, right? Let's assume that Marta, the woman, is thinking of Jack. At the same time, let's say almost simultaneously, Jack also thinks about Marta. So Marta thinks about Jack, Jack thinks about Marta. Now, a number of different situations can happen from this point, but it's really important to note here that the moment that Marta and Jack thought about each other at the same time, at the same moment, the telepathy has already occurred. Now you can assume causation. You can assume that Jack thought of Marta because Marta thought about Jack. So she thinks about him and some signal goes out in the universe, and as a result of that, he thinks about her, which suggests a telepathic exchange. Now, because of that telepathy, he could either pick up the phone and call her because he was thinking of her. And if he does that, this would lead to an instance of what we would call a validated telepathy, because the two people have thought about each other and there's a phone call that validates the fact that they were thinking of each other at the same time. But another scenario could also happen. Jack could dismiss it completely. He could think about Marta, dismiss it as his own thoughts, and do nothing. And then you wouldn't have a validation. So there's a number of scenarios in which a telepathy could be validated and a telepathy could be dismissed. You could also have an undetected telepathy. For example, Marta thinks about Jack. Jack is busy. He's doing whatever he's doing. He misses the signal completely, doesn't think about Jack at all. In this case, the telepathic signal was sent, but it was not received. So this is an example where a telepathy could have happened, but it didn't, because Jack maybe had too many filters. He wasn't in a transcendent state, or for whatever reason, simply didn't pick it up. Now, what I find is in society, this is actually very common. We don't realize that every time we think about someone, there is actually a signal that goes out into the universe, and there's a potential for a communication to happen. We only notice the instances when the telepathy gets validated by the phone call ringing. And so there could be a number of times during the day where you think about someone, they think about you at the same time, but you're simply not aware of it. Now, this thought experiment between Jack and Marta is highly relevant in the case of communicating with non-human intelligence, because when it comes to an ET, when it comes to a fairy consciousness, when it comes to a plant consciousness, a pet consciousness, whatever, the thing is, this time there's no telephone. So when you don't have the external means of validation, we are relying on the telepathy alone to determine whether a telepathic communication happened or not. And so this is where things get really, really interesting, because you could be receiving contact from your higher self, from your angelic guides, from your galactic guides, but if you dismiss it as your own thoughts, you could miss that instance of telepathy altogether. Now, coming back to these theories of consciousness, this is all hypothetical until we relate it back to this idea of what might make this possible. So in the context of analytical idealism, we could explain these missed telepathic instances through the limitation of the dashboard, in that we simply don't have a dashboard that can receive telepathy, because we're expecting to receive a phone call or we're expecting to receive a verbal communication. And so the consciousness might just disregard it. So when the telepathic contact occurs, such as someone thinking of you, the signal might fail to register within the consciousness due to the dashboard's limitation. However, this doesn't disprove that the telepathy occurred. It simply says that maybe we didn't pick up on it. And if analytical idealism is an appropriate framework for consciousness in this vast whirlpool of consciousness that we have, there is no reason why the whirlpool that is me, and the whirlpool that is you, and the whirlpool that is a consciousness that is off-world, there's no reason why they can't be existing in the same river of consciousness. So it just comes down then to expanding our dashboard, and we can do that through practices like meditation, breath work, etc. Coming back to the transcendent mind theory, it similarly accounts for the missed telepathic connections. Since consciousness exists beyond the physical constraints, according to this framework, telepathic exchanges would occur in a transcendent dimension. And if we are not in a transcendent mind, in a transcendent state, then we wouldn't recognize it in our daily awareness. And so without the physical validation, again, you would simply miss it. So in this instance, we would need to actively tap into these transcendent dimensions through meditation or other means in order to pick up on the telepathic connection. One thing that was really interesting that Shelley mentioned earlier in the panel was that, she works with people to help them activate their telepathic abilities. And so through the transcendent mind theory, you could say that through the work that Shelley's doing, through the sound, through the frequency, through the meditations, she's simply helping people to access transcendent minds. And again, there are lots of modalities that can do this. So again, we have an explanation, a very sound explanation through the theory of consciousness for why some people claim to have lots of intergalactic experiences while other people have none. So we can't dismiss the idea that people are having these vast contact experiences and other people aren't. And just because one person is and one person isn't, we don't have any more proof than we did before. Coming around to the filter theory, this lack of detection can occur because the consciousness acts as a reducing valve, allowing only information that is important. So when the telepathic information does penetrate the filters, such as when we think of someone and they think of us, we might misinterpret the experience. We might say that it's just random memory or our own internal thoughts. We might miss that level of consciousness completely because our neurological and psychological filters lack the frameworks to categorize the experience. One of the things that we experience very commonly in my courses, in the Inner Heart Journey and the 4 Foundation Practices, 5 Days to 5D, we often get people that do the activations and they say, well, Eesha, I think I fell asleep. And what happens in that moment, and I know the students haven't fallen asleep because when we finish the activation, they come straight back, right? If they were asleep, they'd miss the ending. They'd probably just be snoring off and doing something else. But they seem to like almost lose consciousness in the deep part of the meditation, and then they come back. And the filter theory, again, suggests why this might happen. The brain has this ability to only retain what it wants to retain and what it thinks it's important, and it filters out everything that it thinks is not important. Sometimes when we go to bed, we have this maybe a really, really vivid dream, but then when you wake up the next morning, within a few minutes or a few seconds of waking up, you've completely forgotten what happened in the night because your brain has decided that this is not relevant. And so part of the skill of using our consciousness to make contact is recognizing that we have to tell our brains through practice, through intention, that this is important. I know that in the case of dreams, people often suggest journaling. When you journal your dreams, then you have this ability. You're basically telling your brain, hey, this is important. I want to remember this. I want to recognize this again later on down the track. And so when you start journaling your dreams before, maybe even just a few days later or a couple of weeks down the track, you'll start remembering more of the dreams that you have. And we find the same applies for energetic activations, intergalactic journeys, communicating with guides. So these theories allow us to understand one, some people don't have experiences, but also what can we do to have more of these experiences. So that's a bit of an overview. I did write a little bit more stuff in the paper, and if anyone wants that, please put in a request. We'd be happy to send it to you. But essentially, what I really want to conclude this summit with is that we are moving in a direction of understanding consciousness at a much deeper level. And when we can understand the potential of consciousness, but also the limitations of our current consciousness, we can start to ask a different set of questions. We can start asking things like how do we upgrade the dashboard? How do we transcend? How do we access these transcendent states? How do we remove these filters in our minds so that we can experience more of the oneness, more of the all that is out there? And so that is what I'd love to leave you guys with today. I hope you guys have really enjoyed this beautiful summit that we've had. And I just want to thank again all the incredible speakers and also our co-host Andi, who's done a fantastic job of bringing her beautiful perspectives in. It's just been an amazing couple of days, hasn't it, Andi?
It has been amazing, really, really amazing. Thank you so much, Eesha, for sharing that academic angle, behind these transcendental experiences that people experience either through breath work or other methods. And it's really quite profound to see this, to learn more about the science behind it, to learn that when we relax our brains, it helps us experience more consciousness, and how much more important that is, that for the purposes of contact, we cultivate that ability to sit with ourselves with the right intention so that we can create that right and perfect environment for contact to experience more, the wholeness, the all that you've mentioned.
Exactly. I mean, my thing is this: if I'm going to come to Earth and have this crazy experience, I want to have the full experience, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, me and you, we're mystics, right? We like to know the mysteries of the universe. We want to unpack it all. We want to know what's really possible. And before we finish up today, I'd love to just give a little mention again to our upcoming 5 days to 5D event. As we wrap up the summit, Andi and I will be back again in 2 weeks' time. We'll be running this amazing 5-day event where you'll get to experience this consciousness for yourself. So many of our students meet their galactic family and their higher self during the 5 days, right, Andi?
Yes, so much. You guys, if we've talked about this a few times now. We've talked about what's actually part of the 5 days to 5D. And if you're feeling the pull, if you're feeling curiosity to change your dashboard, come join us.
Amazing. Fantastic. So the team and I will put those links in the chat, in the description. And last but not least, I just want to give a massive, massive thank you to Andi, the co-host, our beautiful team in the background, Maria, Randy. We've got some incredible humans here. This summit would not be possible without everyone coming together and making it happen. So if you guys loved it, please give us a like, a share, and thank you so much for joining us on Contact and Consciousness.
Thank you. Thank you, Eesha. Do we still have time? Or if not, okay.